Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in Workers and Resources, trying to recover from our calamity of the auxiliary settlement dying a bit. Just have to wait for population to come back. In the meantime, we can do some more construction work over here. I'm kind of glad how happy the auxiliary settlement is. The pollution spiral dropped the population ridiculously low, but it did not die. Everything kept on running. And now that I proclaimed that, it's probably going to get worse. We will see. Demolition in the temporary construction office sector is still ongoing. We're getting rid of pretty much everything. Except the train platform and the fire station. I don't think the switch can catch fire, but I'm not sure. That's the only reason why this one will stay there, I guess. The train platform in the center of the line still has to stay until the auxiliary settlement is gone, and then we could remove that one too, including the bus stop, and then both maintenance tasks would also be not needed anymore. Could have a direct line to the customs house, basically. Hello, Deviate Fish. Hello, Jimmy. Welcome. Shadows on the heating plant. Sun turns into a moon. How are we? A little bit dead, but recovering. Well, not right now because the pollution is kicking in, I guess, but had a bit of a death spiral. But yeah, the settlement is making progress. But I do have to recover my population soon. It's almost like a real town. That's the plan. Almost? What do you mean almost? What needs to change? Tell me. I mean, it needs to be much larger. But we want to cover all of this area. It's just not there yet. This will continue until loyalty improves. Yep, loyalty did improve. Actually, it dropped again. The glowing yellow buildings would go away. Well, I can press G to hide them. Then it's under construction. That's just a UI thing. Hello, Mega Monkey. Welcome. If that's the only thing, then I guess we're done. We got a realistic looking settlement. Also, I've never seen a train U-turn that small, but I'm sure they exist. That's true. It's a rail yard. It's supposed to enter here and then wait and then slowly accelerate into the U-turn. But we can make it much smaller. We can make it like... We can make it a U-turn that's compact. Real compact. Okay, not that much. NASCAR but with trains, yeah. So for this, I had the thought in mind that the trains were supposed to be in the waiting area before they go around the corner. My Republic perished due to earthquake. Yeah, earthquakes are rough. Earthquakes are not easy. If you turn off global events to normal, you don't get earthquakes. This is also without earthquakes. I'm not going to do this challenge with earthquakes. It's challenging enough. Still losing some people. Is it in the settlement? Yes. Okay, we're going to turn off the steel mill for now. Earthquakes are easy to deal with. Sure. Sure they are. Just hang on. I'm waiting for Mega Monkey's easy Earthquake Siberia run. Let's see how that one goes. Might have to tune that down, to be honest. Found myself reverting, going back prior the event to like bypass. Haven't had an earthquake in years. That's not how you deal with earthquakes, by just not having them. Jesus. That's nonsensical advice. Earthquakes are easy, just don't have them. Duh. What kind of nonsense is that? Really should get back into my Cyberco map. Yeah. If you're homeless, just get ours, yeah. The Asia map is so close to the airport. I hope the airport is there for importing alcohol. Lurk making a cake. Alright. Shake and bake, I guess. I guess we gotta run the steel mill seasonally then. Until the population has come back. It's pretty rough. It was better some previous winters. Maybe 1930, when we get pollution filters, we can run the steel mill more easily. I could also shut off the heating plant. That's a large pollution source, right? It'll save millions. Okay, the sewage pipe is done already. Nice. We're not out of money, you're just complaining for reasons. They don't have a lot of loyalty. What's going on? I guess maybe we need to increase sentences a bit again. Oh, I see. The workers arrive here really irregularly, and we have that little bit of a bump inside the worker count. Yeah, I need that large prison. Let's not increase sentences right now until we have the large prison, maybe. I don't want to risk a catastrophe right now with our prison capacity. More spooky music today. Although I'm gonna do a different playlist after this one, I think. It's meant to ask, I have no idea how the sewage treatment works. Does it like turn sewage into water, which I then need to treat in the water plant? No. You just treat sewage into less polluting sewage, and then you output it where you normally do. And then you don't get a large circle of pollution around the sewage discharge when you have running water. So it makes it so you can discharge your sewage right back into an area of the city, instead of having to discharge it very far away where it can't hurt you. Basically treats water for discharge, not for reuse. If that makes sense. More houses out of range of the pollution. Possible. I mean, the last thing we need to migrate is the orphanages. But they wouldn't really be here, I don't think. Hello, Neo-Contra. Welcome. It's to decrease the environmental effect, basically. It reduces pollution for you. A sewage discharge can be more polluting than a heating plant when it runs on piped water. Sewage discharges are large sources of pollution. If you feed your settlement only with water trucks or horse carriages to provide water, then you don't need to worry about it, but if you hook up running water to it and suddenly wonder why everyone is dying, then your sewage discharge might be too close and it's polluting everyone. No, I should have a footpath through there. This one will have to wait until the last construction office is removed, I guess. Alright, get 2 construction offices. 2 more. We still need the maintenance construction offices, but those ones would be in the proper construction office sector, not right now. The amount of workers arriving here is inconsistent. A large prison will solve it. Same as with the orphanages. The large building is just better because of how people arrive. But for now we'll wait on the sewage treatment plant to be done, then build the prison afterwards. I mean, I guess we can start on it already because the groundworks is going to be disconnected. And this one will need mostly concrete, whereas the prison will need also a ton of concrete, but also a lot of bricks. Yeah, sure, get it built. I guess you're gonna be relocated. Sure. Everyone, move over. Next demolition. Also, veterinary might be relocated later, not right now. Let's get some more of the free construction offices moved, like the open hull carriages can definitely almost all move. That would be nice. Because the pickup location is up here. Alright. For 812, we would need 2 more construction offices to get everyone moved into dedicated buildings. Not sure I care about that too much. Oh, that works. Nice. That lines up pretty well. But it doesn't line up with the other buildings, I guess. That's fine. Slight angle. Nope. There's a little bit of a kink here. That's why it doesn't look right. Okay. Just this way, I think. Why are you complaining so much about wardens? It really is fluctuating up and down that much, isn't it? 10 should be enough, but they are not. Disjoint, what settings are you playing on? Or if they already start DLC? We're playing on realistic difficulty with earthquakes turned off. That's what you mean. So we have global events turned off, and I lock vehicles according to year, but I'm only getting newer vehicles if I can produce them myself, and I'm trying to stick with something that looks like a 19th century settlement, so relatively few motor carriages. Hello British Heligoland, welcome. Hello Scott, welcome. Give me the snapping point. Damn it, game, come on. Doesn't want to. That one is correct. Let me get one more connection in so the snapping point doesn't go away when I remove this. There we go. That would be some housing density. We will have a footpath go through here once we can place the second building in this area. And hopefully this will be far away enough from a lot of the pollution. Because we lost another 700 people. What's happening? What's happening, guys? Oh, Jesus. Should still be fine. Thank you for the follow, British Heligoland. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. I have to admit, I like how you build your footpaths so precisely. I need to start building them that way too. Yeah, the game has a lot of nice quirks and ways to build footpaths precisely, and I think it's the key to making cities look nice. I like having footpaths close to the residential buildings instead of having them go like right in the middle between them. So if you have, I mean, I rarely build two buildings parallel, I guess. Prophecy's coming true. It's rough right now. I don't know what's going to happen. This looks pretty bad. Why is the life expectancy so low here? What's going on? Oh, Jesus Christ, not here too. Why is there so much hazardous waste here? Oh God, not here too. No! Who dropped all this hazardous waste in there? Death wave indeed. The same we had in the other settlement. Because someone dropped hazardous waste in here. And, well, there's machine replacement ongoing, and they're not prioritizing it. I need a storage for the waste, so this doesn't happen as soon as machine replacement is ongoing. We do need the city's waste storage. Great. More death wave. That explains the not enough wardens in prison thing. Guess we can't do loyalty right now, just anyone's allowed to move in here and work. Get some of the basic workers into this building. We'll have to restart loyalty probably from migrants again if we can't find enough. Let's just make sure we don't get a crime wave after this too. Okay, we're gonna tear this one down. And I will put a waste storage here for the city's waste. And then we'll have a single horse carriage going back and forth, bringing it from this waste storage to the incinerator. So every technical service will put it into the storage and one vehicle will move it over. Yeah, they had no room to put the mixed waste somewhere. It happened fairly quickly. Now we had that experience in 2 settlements. What are you? I'm gonna say we don't need that anymore. The incinerator can do without waste, without water and sewage. So we get one more technical service for the city right now and try and remove some extra waste. Hazardous waste is still going to the incinerator because I don't want to dump it somewhere. Waste wagons in a demolition office. You will have to go in here. And help with the waste removal, please. Afterwards we'll have to empty out this dump again, but that's fine. Once the incinerator is up, it should be fine. Yeah, this maintenance is really important, guys. I hate to tell you, but you should have done that way earlier. Why is there no mechanical components being delivered? It is assigned. There's only waste wagons heading this way. From where? Wrong building. Drop it off here too. So where are my covered hull wagons? Oh, you're not assigned probably, that's the reason. This building is probably too far away. Found it. I found the issue, guys. Use horses? Yes, horses and trains. Okay, the covered hull wagon was not in range and didn't maintain the building. Congratulations, we found the issue. Thousands of people had to die to give us that knowledge, but we finally found it. It's only 1928. I started in 1880, and building up to this point at the center of the map was a pain, let me tell you. But I'm not planning on upgrading. Not anytime soon. I did get a vehicle production, so I can, if I want to, get some things more modern, but it's not on the agenda right now. Yes, I use the Time Master mod, which allows you to run a script to set the decade back or forward with a simple click. After that I saved it, went into the save game and removed the stats.ini file so the statistics wouldn't become messy, basically. It doesn't change anything else. This is basically as if we started in 1920, minus 40 years. Everything else is the same. It doesn't update prices or anything, it's just... We're technically in 1968 right now. What it does change is, of course, which vehicles you can purchase. And if you start in 1880, the only thing you have access to is horse carriages. The trains I had to get early with the ability to just... I turned off vehicle availability to all and purchased some trains to make it work. Whenever I wanted a train. Still not enough wardens, that can't be right. Just try and get the loyalty under control. Okay, now they're heading here. I guess we'll build a construction office for maintenance to make sure this doesn't happen again. This was too painful. We'll fill one construction office out that does maintenance in our important area, which is the location with the steel mill and the waste incinerator. Shall happen no more. That death wave is brutal. Yes. So what year do you plan to play to? I'm planning to play until we have 100,000 citizens in the city. Judging by the death waves that we're having right now, this is gonna take a while. Oh my god, this is really brutal. One death wave after another. Come on guys, get the incinerator up and running. And empty out the city's waste storage. Get rid of these red and yellow waste piles, and then life expectancy should recover again. At least we caught this one early. It's still gonna be brutal, but we caught this one when the population growth might kick in. We could run some more education through the school and get some more migrants with our US currency to repopulate for the time being, which would be a good idea right now because then their population growth would hit us as well. But unfortunately, the hospital is already understaffed. We have to wait until our own people get their healthcare. How do these death waves keep happening? Simple mistake. The incinerator wasn't being maintained because it was outside of range of the only covered hull trucks. So it was stuck here with undergoing maintenance without it actually happening. Hazardous waste piled up, and then they didn't drop any waste in here anymore. They dropped no more mixed waste. Like, it was filling up with mixed waste and someone dropped hazardous waste on it, and yeah, then the waste storage is filled up, and they are killing everyone right now with pollution inside the city. Now we have to wait for the technical services to be done with this. Classic self-prank. Very hilarious. Death waves can start for thousands of different reasons. Yep. Minor issue like that will cascade into a spiral of fun. I like that they changed it so that people working inside the building also do maintenance now. Otherwise, yeah, it's really annoying. But I'm glad we're getting the maintenance done. This happened when I set the maintenance of machinery to 20% inside the city. That was a trigger point for it didn't incinerate anymore, and then no one would send materials to it. Otherwise, it would have been fine. But yeah, we'll make a maintenance construction office. Construction office for maintenance in the center, and then put a second one somewhere nearby. It'll need to pick up resources from wherever. That is to be determined. But for now, just, yeah. No loyalty, everyone's gonna be miserable. But at least the population will still be there. We're gonna have to use US currency to repopulate. Hello Zadius. Welcome. Once the hospital has stabilized a bit, there's even a prisoner here who was dying. That I have not seen in ever, I think. Prisoners are immune to pollution, but I guess they also die from accumulating waste. Yeah, not a lot of work. We'll try and make this area more robust at resisting these issues with an external waste storage. So they can undergo maintenance and still drop waste in here. during that time. There we go, it's running again. With a couple workers that can reach the area. Hopefully nothing will burn down. If we get a fire now, that would be great. I want to restart the loyalty spiral right away. This costs us about 100,000 per 10 citizens. So I would spend 1 million to fill up 100 people in here. It's ridiculous. Okay, 2 more waste storages that need to be emptied out, then we are good again on the life expectancy. I hope. I'll have to go to the hospital to get themselves treated up. But this should solve it. If that is the only issue that we had right now. Fun times. Do you prefer to play on clean maps or already populated maps? I haven't played in a populated map, really. So clean maps for me, but I think I'm going to play on a populated map at some point. Especially with horse carriages, it would be quite useful to have already existing infrastructure and some houses that you don't have to build up. Could be quite useful. And churches, yeah. Haven't played with any churches yet either. Shut off vehicle production, we need the workers elsewhere right now. No more mechanical components either. Go home and repopulate the earth. Alright, everything's green now. Heating plant is still running, I guess. Man, overflowing garbage stands are ridiculously strong. As long as the criminality is going down, I don't care. We're gonna have a bunch of disloyal people now. It's fine. I don't care about loyalty. Never did. For the city, you're using a big heating plant? Yeah. Large early start heating plant. It's slightly over half capacity, 35% to 40. So we should be able to get more housing in. Should be able to get 10,000 citizens, I think, with this heating plant. Not accounting for the pollution. boy. The worker deliveries here are also not that reliable, I guess. They're there. Like I said, I don't know if the switch can catch fire. I don't know if the unloading station, the coaling station, can catch fire. This is the only reason we have the fire stations now. Coaling station and switch. The switch we can get rid of easily. As soon as we have a power plant, the coaling station will require us to build around a bypass track. If we don't want to have it as close to the bridge. So we can build a track around it, put it off to the side. Would probably be a good idea to move it. Incoming trains can use the coaling station from one direction. I mean, if it's on the track, it's the best option, because then we could make a passing track with one extra bridge. Maybe that's the safe option. Just build one bridge here in case it collapses. So we could build this track as a bypass in case something goes wrong with the coaling station, and then I'll get rid of the fire station, and if something happens we can correct it. It is the only coaling station though in this area. Maybe I should introduce another one. Chain signal, regular signal, chain signal. Yeah. I mean, we could make it so a short train could wait in the coaling station and doesn't block anything, and then someone could drive around it, I guess. That would do it. Sort of. That would also do it. Okay. A bypass track for trains wanting to run through here straight. With the option to go into the coaling station. Only one train allowed on this block. I don't know if a long train would block itself this way, but I guess we could use chain signals here too. That way the blockage of this block wouldn't propagate from this block to this one. It would be separated by a signal or two signals. I don't think this is going to cause problems, and I think I would like to have that. Don't block the block. Yes. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. How's the health near the buildings the other side the train? That's back to 70, so it's fine now. Pollution has recovered. Let's make sure it stays that way. Good talk. So conclusions of my dissertation. Alright, here we go. What did we find? Do I really want to remove this? I could just build the storage elsewhere. But it should be as close as possible, so I only need one horse carriage. That is a cat. And it's the weekend, so we're doing some drilling again, guys. Because at least it's Saturday this time. Right on the mark for lunchtime. There's going to be a break in between. But there might be 2 streams. I don't know, maybe I won't take a break, I'm not sure yet. Average loyalty of 70. I should fill it with 50% or higher, just to make sure we get some population. We'll have to ask for less loyalty in the prison in the beginning and get everything restarted. Power incinerator works better with low voltage outputs. High voltage regulator does nothing in my case. Better feed incinerator by trucks than factory connection in my case. Yes, factory connection works, but I guess not. Sure. Weird. I mean, it usually depends on the building or delivery method on the other side of the factory connection. If it's a train unloading through a factory connection, it is gonna be quite slow, unless it's on a waste storage with a dump unloading. Hello, Super Dano. Welcome. Excavator yet? Next year, I think. Next year. What's the big thing you're building up there? Sewage treatment plant. Capable of hopefully sustaining sewage treatment for a large amount of population, up to 50,000 probably. And a prison and some housing next to it. Finally some sushi in this town. I don't think there's any sushi. Don't think that is a thing. And what does the sushi plant do? It stirs. It doesn't make sushi, it just stirs. See the stirring dishes here? It just stirs. First we roll it, and then we stir it. So you either get, I don't know, maki rolls, or you get some other things. I didn't need this extra death spiral. How's the health? Looks like it's better now. Guess we'll go get some migrants. I will use the US dollars to repopulate this settlement. It's fine. Let me maybe move this a bit. Having it directly connect to the road is not a good idea. I want to build a proper technical service and put some waste trucks in it. Actual waste trucks, not horse carriages. But I think we'll build a side road here to run them through. this might be waste handling. Snow plowing potentially. Whatever we need. In truck form. If we want to, we could also throw down a small repair station. So the technical service vehicles wouldn't have to leave their office to get repaired. But we already have one. Another one might happen though. $3,700, didn't see that, yeah. It has been a bit painful. We had the pollution death wave from waste running full here too. So there's that. Let's see if there's more than one waste truck heading this way. There is... And you still need to be changed. Drop the waste into the incinerator. I'll try and make this a little bit more robust. Hello, Simon. Welcome. Okay, it's summer. Let's run the steel mill and make some steel. Building construction and maintenance. No vehicle production right now. Although we need 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles for export. You have enough. No, you have one. I guess we'll produce them on demand. Just so we get one more export and get some money. And recover the situation right now. I will have to restart the loyalty program. There's no other way. This one still has high loyalty. It's mostly highly educated though. This one also has high loyalty, also mostly highly educated. We need 60 people, we got 20. There, let's restart it. What happened here, Spyro? Yes. We had the same thing as the auxiliary settlement, the waste storage is ran full. The waste incinerator didn't get its materials for maintenance. Because the building, the only technical service that has covered hull trucks, was too far away and out of range for the incinerator. Basically, it was this building set to 3 kilometers. And you can see that only the incinerator is out of maintenance reach. And then waste stopped getting incinerated and everything else fell apart. So now we're making a maintenance office here. A horse construction office. That will handle these things in the area. Hilarious, I know. How goes the destruction of auxiliary settlement? I need to reduce the speed and only stick with intentional destruction. Got a bit too much destruction going on right now. We'll have to bring it down a bit. Your balconies are facing the wrong way. Balconies towards the football playground. Right, let's see if we can stabilize the situation with the wardens. For loyalty gain again, please. I'm gonna go to the other settlement and steal some loyal people. That's why it's there. Oh god, everything is falling apart. Give me my loyalty in the orphanages back. Let's see if that works, if we have enough. The prison is the most important thing though. The prison has consistent loyalty, the orphanages not necessarily. Any building with high loyalty, you're highly educated, that doesn't matter. Party HQ is not important on that side. Give me my prison back. Run the prison. Takes 9 months for a baby, it takes 9 seconds to die from a bit of waste on the floor. That's how it works, yeah. But yeah, demolition is ongoing. Why can we never have birth spirals? Oh, we have them. They just are not noticeable, like... And they only last a little bit because during winter we kill everyone off because we're not caring about pollution in this run. I mean, we're still caring about it, but only when it kills everyone. Alright, get started on the loyalty again. We will not move the most loyal people into the auxiliary settlement anymore. No more 75 to 100% loyalty people in here, please. You are just going to crank out some ordinary citizens with university education. Yeah, loyalty doesn't matter here anymore. This is gonna take low loyalty only. Anyone can live anywhere except next to the university, and the hospital will have some houses designated for highly educated people. So this is only going to have 50% or low loyalty now. Except, I guess, in the orphanages. That's where the where it's different. Here they still need high loyalty. Because I would like to get loyalty from the orphanages. Would be useful. The extra population growth is the better... I might have to switch it over. No, let's go. It's population growth only. No loyalty from orphanages right now. Can't maintain that. It's too bad. Never mind. Keep the orphanages staffed, give me a population. Why prison is good for loyalty? Re-education programs? Yes, if you have workers in there with more than 50% loyalty and you run the loyalty boost, you actually get an effect. You currently gain 1.3% loyalty every 0.2 years of their sentence. So it slightly pushes up loyalty. But we have to increase that amount, go up to 60. 50% is neutral. At that point the loyalty boosting starts working. And once you start getting into more and more government loyalty for the workers, the effect increases. If you have enough wardens. Which we currently don't, so we'll have to wait and see if it stabilizes or not. I did assign enough people, but I might have to get some migrants. I would like to have a loyalty boost of 3% or higher. There's 100 people living here with an average loyalty of 63. Okay, we have to do the whole loyalty start again from the beginning. The most loyal people only move into this building. We'll start it again. Everyone with high loyalty, only this building. Nationwide. That's the only building that accepts more than 50% loyalty. Once it's full, we'll start settling them nearby. Hope I'm being attacked with mass. I'm sorry. I thought you could handle it. I guess I was wrong. Covered hull carriages in here, please. One open hull, one covered hull, one dumper, one road crane, one bus. I think. So, covered hull, passenger, flatbed, crane, dumper, and mixer. Need one mixer there. And a dumper. Ice cold. Math is good. So it's that game's math. Depends on how much math you like. Now we'll have to monitor this house, make sure it fills itself with enough population. And then start opening up new houses once it's full, close to full. Start accepting high loyalty, highly educated workers here too. I guess they can go in nearby. Basic education and higher education in here. Just have to stabilize the population count. Give me a concrete mixer, maintenance office please. We'll make some other vehicles, waste trucks. The oldest one. probably move over to modern technical services for the waste transportation. I'll try and build a road that is at a right angle to the other road going through here. I'll have to place the road going over the train tracks first, because otherwise it won't let me connect it. Then we'll set up a distribution office outside of this area to handle the waste management between the transportation of the waste from the incinerator to the waste dumps and the metal scrap out of the area, which shouldn't really be that numerous. And I might need another distribution office to help with the transportation of the waste storage to the incinerator. But we will assign a truck to that, and it should be very quick. I think a single truck can handle that easily. Train did its export. Okay, now I see when vehicle costs 3.6 million rubles, it's definitely better to sell western vehicle to east. Yeah. It makes a ton of money. At any point in the game. It's ridiculous. Gotta get the loyalty spiral going again. Thankfully the school is still operational at 50% loyalty. And the university at 60%, so loyalty should still be coming in. But we definitely need our source of very loyal people from the university, so we'll concentrate our very loyal people somewhere in this area. I have to be mindful of our loyalty situation. The auxiliary settlement has now been delegated to only provide a lot of people, but not loyalty anymore. Except for the orphanages, they're still trying, I guess. Or did I turn that off? No, I turned it off too. Hello Yogi, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Orphanages only for population growth. No loyalty. No interest in loyalty here. I don't know if the residential building right next to the prison watchtower makes sense. Well, that's how it's going to be. My god, these modern buildings need so much asphalt and concrete and it's so expensive. Put the sewage treatment plant on normal priority so they can keep working on it. We still have to change over the sewage pipe, which could lead to another population crisis. It might be a good idea to do that right now when the sewage trucks could handle everything. If they can handle everything. So yeah, we're filling this with more people with more loyalty, stabilizing our prison system. And the school system. Prison, school, university. This is all here for loyalty. The only thing missing would be the orphanages, but I think we're going to focus on population growth with those. We're going to be heading into winter soon. November, I think we're going to shut off the steel mill.
I need to be a bit more cautious with my population right now. I don't want to spend all of the US currency to repopulate right now, just so we have another safety buffer, because when I run out of US dollars, I would have to set up the harbor to get more. Or take out loans, I guess. The settlement should have no issue repopulating, but it will fluctuate up and down. Everyone can get a university education. Their loyalty will be known. Secret police loyalty 25% should be fine. We should be able to achieve that with monuments. I guess we could reduce or increase minimum loyalty to 10% at least, so people with disgust for the nation do not get to study. And our school should have at least 25% loyalty for the teachers. Some are still very loyal here. But not that many. Would be hard finding them and getting them out of the settlement. I'll just make more loyalty instead. So... Right, ongoing construction. More steel, please. Steel mill needing maintenance again. Sheesh. It's trying to make its own steel. It's not really succeeding that well. Okay, we got the steel. Sewage treatment plant needs also 75 tons of steel, which is gonna have to wait a bit. I mean, let's build all footpaths and just deactivate the houses, I guess. It's probably easier. And then enable them as needed. don't think I can shut off the steel mill during winter. We'll shut off the vehicle production after the first Russo-Balt waste truck rolls off the line. We'll get more later. Tourism a good industry to make money at the start, because many other people told me that it is, and I should get it early to make money in the early game. Tourism can be a good amount of money. It benefits off of your own food production and alcohol production a lot. They will also make a lot of waste, and you will need a lot of workers running the hotels, and they like going to attraction buildings. So if you build a tourist industry, it might be worth it setting up a food industry as well. And by that I mean a food industry where you import crops into by train or something like that, or by ship, and make your own food, because they eat so much. Not at the very start. Once you produce food, meat, alcohol yourself, then it's very good. Yeah. What Mega Monkey said. Tourism sadly shut down on any epidemic. Yeah. But it doesn't kick the tourists out of your republic when there's an epidemic, I think. Only new tourists won't arrive. Okay, vehicle production done for now. Rest of the steel will go to building construction, I guess. For the time being. Oh right, I could make money for US dollars with tourists too. No, I can't. Well, I could. With a ship. Bringing in tourists, I guess. Instead of trading resources, we could bring in Western tourists by ship or aircraft. I heard aircraft, someone say airport. Tropical, let's go. No. I was just thinking out loud. Dumper, cover tower. Aircraft leads to airport? I don't think so. I think that's false information. Oh, aircrafts, all I hear is airfields. Weird. Have you heard? Have you seen a hearing doctor maybe? Okay, now we have a dentist drill nearby. Bring tourists with cable cars? I wish. That would be funny. Cable car connection on the border. Mega, I have an idea about a stupid run thing. I don't know if it would work. It would just be a test, basically. Because, like, when you set a building for maintenance, it doesn't take any more... Like, it might still take more wear, right? But it just sits at the same resource price. So in theory, on we could start wear and tear repairs at 20% and then finish them when they're at like 80%. With the same amount of resource cost as if they were at 20%. So in industries, you could start maintenance early and then just not bring any workers there, just the resources. And then you would pay, you would have a much longer time without having to repair your buildings. They would only run at 70% efficiency. You've always done your building repairs at 20%. Yeah, but you've repaired them at 20%. What I'm saying is you set them to 20% repairs and then wait until they're at 80% wear. So you have like 60% of no increase in maintenance cost of the building. For the downside of that, they only run at 70% efficiency. Hello Dentrasi, welcome. So I could leave this building right now until it gets to 80% and then finish it up with repairs. There might be a risk of burning down, of course, but... What should I do to make quick money in realistic mode? What Mega Monkey said, importing hazardous waste, burning it and exporting it. Or if the output is just clear ash with no other waste in it, then you can also set up some local dumps and let it rot away. Sounds like too much player involvement. Yeah, it would be. Unfortunately, once maintenance starts, you can't set a construction office with just horse carriages to send its workers out only to buildings that are at 50% or 60% maintenance. But like for something, a building like a steel mill, it could be quite valuable. Would be a lot of resources saved. Alright, we got our first truck. And what are you gonna do? Well, you're gonna carry waste away. That's what you've been designed to do. Go here, do some work. Clear up some of the demolition sites that we have right now. Yay, truck, oh god. Yeah, the first truck. Every vehicle is going to get produced in a random color too, so it's going to be absolute chaos in the city. But it's going to be very colorful. Good thing we have trucks now, so when the steel mill eventually starts burning down, we can clear it up a little bit faster. We won't start vehicle production until we have 100 tons of steel spare lying around. And I might shut the steel mill off during winter. But there are construction sites that need loads of steel. And right now there's not that many workers in here, so it should be fine, really. I don't like it. Well, I guess that would work too. We gotta get citizens living outside of the pollution area. I gotta get citizens living next to some orphanages for more loyalty, if we want that back. I think it's time to open up more houses for loyalty. This one's already for 50 to 75%, so we're getting some highly educated people with good loyalty. These ones should be 50%. I think they will be affected by pollution. Definitely all of these houses. This one is... yeah, this one's fine. This one could probably... I need more houses. I would like to start piling up some high loyalty workers. Well, this one, for example. For the secret police, 60% loyalty. And then basic education, high loyalty. We really only need over on this side. I could make a house dedicated for people with high loyalty basic education and then occasionally shift them over to the student hall. So they get an education. I'll make that happen with one of these houses. I think these will all be varying degrees of loyalty. I'll start building these two houses first. They're gonna take basic education, high loyalty. But yeah, the same goal still applies. We want to have as many people be highly educated as possible. But I don't think we can have everyone. %26 higher education. I did get a lot of migrants. The number went up by 200, I think. That's dropping. We need to correct that. More people can get a university education. Let's go. And the student hall will accept anyone over 50%. Yeah, going over 30 prisoners is atrocious inside prisons. It's really hard to manage. Technical service has low priority. Oh my god, it's so efficient. So fast. It loads so quickly. We need one to transport from the waste storage to the incinerator. All technical services will then just dump into the waste storage. And they need to be informed when they run full. I don't know if the overflowing warning messages work. Oh look, BR80 track builder long is finally available normally. And tower cranes. Tower cranes as well. Tower cranes would be nice. Tower cranes would be really nice. It's 28, still legit, I guess. But it doesn't really look like 19th century anymore, I don't think. A bit of modernization would be fine. We'll see what we get. Don't do anything weird this winter, please. And just start making some more money again. Goodbye, Heligoland. Have a good day. What's going on? Why population go down again? What the hell? Oh no. Def going up. That's okay. Insufficient or polluted drinking water? Where? Oh no. Why is your health so low? Well, okay, never mind. Well, no, it shouldn't be that low. Why is your health that low? Hospital? Hospital. Highly educated. Not bus platform. All the people with higher education going to the bus platform and going to the incinerators, maybe not a great idea. One building going to the bus platform, the other ones can work in the hospital, please. What do you mean about insufficient water? This is the amount of water substations now. Still need to set up running water. 122 people. But where? Yeah, I think it's the amount of water substations. But they should then deliver to the residential buildings themselves before they run out. Definitely have enough water carriages. Lots of drilling going on again. Hopefully it's gonna be quiet tomorrow. Oh, let's see. Insufficient or polluted drinking water reduces health by minus 106%. That sounds like a bad thing. That sounds like instant death. I need another building for people with basic education to move in with high loyalty. Otherwise I'm gonna run out of space. And higher education, max loyalty. Only the highest loyalty in this university, and basic education with 75% or higher. But where do I move the basic education people in? This building? I guess. It's reasonably far away from things. Sure. Sometimes I have this problem too, but I can't find the problem. Yep. Not sure how to debug this. So average loyalty might go down, but we will have a highly concentrated group of people that is going to be max loyalty. It's so weird seeing the headlights of a truck moving around with all these horse carriages not having any lights. It's like, okay, where's our truck? It's like, where's Waldo? Please find our truck. Please no lack of money death spiral this winter. I am good. Instead of running the steel mill, I should probably just import steel. But then the iron and the coal export train are way oversized for what's happening. Once we start settling citizens further away outside of the reach of the pollution, I think it should be getting better. More consistent population growth and a stable population. Okay, I think we also found the issue with the other settlement. Not enough healthcare anymore. Not enough workers in the hospital, which is now hopefully corrected. As more and more highly educated and regular educated citizens settle in again. Not really high education, but that doesn't matter. We're gonna get a consistent throughput of workers that'll settle down and start working here. Oh yeah, that's another thing I did. Creating a crisis here because of overflowing sewage. Well, if we pick up sewage once more, There's no drinking water. Let's get rid of all the water in that building. The incinerator can run with 50% capacity. I just don't want to deal with water and sewage all the time. I just have to empty it out once. Get rid of the water for all the buildings. They can run with half efficiency, that's fine. People working in here are dying, basically. Yeah, that should be fine. Or is it? Is the train gonna leave, bring more hazardous waste, and the incinerator won't keep up anymore? This is a single train. Didn't I build a technical service here? The water and sewage carriage should just be able to go inside. Well, as long as it's running, I guess the train isn't leaving. But that requires it running consistently. We have one spare technical service then. The one inside the city is fine. Just run the water and sewage again, that'll be okay. Another epidemic. Doesn't seem to infect many, doesn't seem to spread, doesn't seem to cause big problems. We don't know how long it's gonna last. Sure. Maybe the insufficient or polluted drinking water is inside the industrial area? There would be a lot of people for that though. I guess we gotta maybe see what the water carriage is doing. Maybe it's in this settlement. Auxiliary build sector, that's fine. Yeah, maybe it's all the people going to the build sector, I guess. But it wouldn't drop their health normally. We'll see if it gets better on January 10th, if it's fixed then. I don't think it will be, but... 93 workers, incinerator, and the other buildings? Fire stations, that could be it, yeah. Pandemic, stroke and heart attack. What you can say about instrument on H key? You can teleport vehicles back home to their assigned building. Other than that, it shows you all the nodes. And I'm not sure what else is used for, other than saying, okay, you go back to your source building. I think it's Control H that does it, not H itself. So you would have to hold Control and H, and then it teleports the vehicle back that you mouse over. Don't use it that much, only in very rare circumstances. But you can speed up construction of rail construction a lot if you use it. Then the train doesn't have to return anymore and can start again from the rail construction office right away. Marks on circle are strange. I don't know what it is. Is it elevation? No. No, not sure what the radius is. Demolition here is done. Let's get the waste storage set up. I could have multiple of these chained together. Oh, we can't fit another one here. Great. Now just need to hit that area again where it was able to be placed. There we go. So many pixels where we can still place it. 3 different rows. So we'll probably have 2 waste trucks, one to bring it from this waste storage to the next, and one from this waste storage into the incinerator. I don't know if we get the warning message for overflowing waste containers. I don't think we do. Yeah, before we run the steel mill at full tilt again, we need some housing outside of its range. Full tilt is a misnomer. I mean, at full tilt 10%. These 2 houses would be a source of workers for more loyalty that we can dump into the student hall if we want to. Once we switch over to... Actually, it doesn't matter. We're pushing them over 60% loyalty. It's January. Excavator might become available this year at some point. I'm not sure when exactly, but it said it was 1929. And next year we can get pollution filters. Maybe push ourselves up to 7,500 citizens at that point. Maybe get rid of the auxiliary settlement finally, completely. Well, not next year. It's going to take a while, but once we get to 7,500 people total and that have that research point before 10,000, we should definitely get rid of the auxiliary settlement. Workers in the mechanical component factory. I mean, it will scale with everything, but yeah, just make sure this stays on running. Every time this bar fills, we make 9,000 rubles, or thereabout. 10,000 rubles now. We also want very loyal people living here because they would be running the prison, of course. So this is useful to have as a very high loyalty area. I think every building should be designated with that in mind. Let me drop in some name tags to try and change it the way we want to, but only for those buildings. Yep, that is about right. High loyalty, that seems about right. Yep. Basic education only for now, I think. Oh, you selected one of these buildings too, didn't you? Yep. That's fine. Alright. So these houses will be filled up with the loyal part of our citizenry. They'll have loyal children who will go to school, stay more loyal, and just keep living a happy life away from the steel mill a little bit further. Disloyal people move in closer to the steel mill and work there. Okay, this is the road connection we want into a road coming out from this direction. This is where it would connect. This is not lined up anymore, because we're not paying attention to that there might have to be a fence here. I mean, have to is maybe a strong word. We might want a fence here so it looks nice. I don't know if this is gonna change anything. Guess we can build it this way, make it work. Close enough. So we're going to build this road into a dirt road here. This will be the new junction through this area. This fence will probably get extended. Get rid of this. The road here must not be built up fully yet because that's going to be a corner. Just want to also demolish this section of road, curve it around. Looks like the demolition office is done with its current work. Okay. Does the game simulate every citizen in their location? Yes. As far as I know, yes. You click a citizen, you go to their location. You see their children, you see where they are currently. The only thing it doesn't simulate is the walking back from a workplace. Unless they have a personal car. Yeah, I want them to demolish that. They can still access everything via this road. We can demolish this section. Oh, is it a traffic sign here? Oh yeah, footpath. Right, I built that one at some point. No more road connection here. I mean, there will be one, but only once it's built a new 90-degree angle junction. And we also have to get rid of... I'll first make a connection here. And then get rid of this piece of road. So we can have a nice curved road leading into the connection across the train tracks. I'll probably make it so that the people wanting to do a right-hand turn have to make sure they can get into this junction in front of the... we might make this a traffic light junction? I don't know. But they have to wait in front of the rail crossing, I guess. The rail crossing is not that busy. Excitedly waiting for an excavator. Oh, excavator. It is available now. Oh boy, we got an excavator. Now we just need to build one. And buy one. 1.2 million rubles. So much money. That's fine, just take out the loan. Build with random color, not just red cars. think the excavator is going to be a really nice addition. All of the groundwork's going to be automatically done basically for a little bit of fuel. It's a pretty expensive excavator, yep. But now we can build our own from this point on, and we're not importing any. We'll have to make sure we have some as replacement vehicles when the other ones get too old. But that's about it. It's going to be much cheaper to produce them and than to buy them. And maybe we can even produce them for export. This one's going to take a while. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink and close the window. Alright. The goal I'm working towards is getting rid of the auxiliary settlement, basically. That's my plan. Probably have to bulldoze most of the things with our own workers. I mean, we could also just wait and let everything collapse, I guess. There's so many materials to rescue. The track builder, for example. Get that. Well, that one should be safe. But yeah, get that one repaired. Keep the track builder maintained. We still have to set up the new rail construction office before we can get rid of the auxiliary settlement. And this will encourage us to get dump trucks so we can do faster road construction, and everything will revolve around upgrading our vehicles for construction work. And then we're going to be in cahoots with big fuel. I can't get that many vehicles. I can't upgrade dump trucks or excavate or open hull trucks. One bulldozer, one excavator, and the waste trucks are important, I think. Maybe a water and sewage truck. Maybe the water trucks would be nice. Because then we could fill the substations up really, really quickly, more efficiently. Water truck. Water truck. 5 cubic meters. That license is really cheap. Only 56,000 rubles. Why is that one so cheap? Don't care. Give me that license. I think. Yeah. We'll make some water trucks. 4 water trucks before we go back into Dixie production. We're building a new technical service. We can set some water trucks up. I'll have a longer distance to go to the water pickup point, but they transport 250% more water than our horse carriages. Do you know the English Garden in Munich? Yes, I know the English Garden. I've been there. They have a festival every June. And I went there when they were doing a Go meeting, basically. That's the only reason I went there. I saw the Surfers Wave when it was still there. And yeah, it's pretty nice, calm. But very busy when it gets busy. Too busy. Is an English-speaking IRL streamer there right now? Oh my god. Really? Let's go stream snipe that streamer. I can get there in like half an hour. Never mind. I'm lazy. 40 minutes. And then there would be 2 English streamers in the English Garden. The horse carriages would basically go load mixed waste, dump it, wait until loaded, and then load hazardous waste however much there is, and dump it. But we might just deliver the hazardous waste straight into the incinerator. I think that makes the most sense. The way it was before. Five tons of construction waste at 20 kilometers an hour. It's ridiculous. They really want us to get rid of horses, but we can't. The fuel price is too expensive. I mean, at some point the fuel price is going to be negligible. Right now it's 1200, but the food price is already 1500, so is it really that high still? Can you make fuel? I could be importing oil, making a refinery. $34 tons of pollution compared to our steel mill, which makes more than that. 39.9. Another industry we could have in the city, I guess. I mean, if the steel mill proves successful, then we can have an oil refinery in the city, somewhere else in the city, not right here. There's too much stuff already. Large chemical plant also only makes 65, could also be in the city. No, 65 is more than what we have. 65 is a bit more than 40. So this is basic education, high loyalty. High education, high loyalty. We need to finish the another couple houses. $65 more than 40. Could still fit in the city. I believe. Everything can fit in the city. You just gotta want it hard enough. And then you can build anything. We'll have an excavator this year, I'm pretty sure. Maybe some water trucks alleviating the water stress that some people were feeling. I think that was the waste incinerator at the auxiliary settlement. I think that's fine now. But yeah, some water trucks here would be really helpful. Because they can also dump more water into the substations than 2 tons, which is really a really small amount. 1.8 tons even. Less than 250%. Okay, we're building the sewage treatment current phase. And the prison has 1 construction phase to finish it completely. Do we import steel? No, we should bring more workers to the steel mill. The school is currently idling. Let's get some more people moving in. It's only $750 to get some migrants right now. It's like super cheap. Just make sure we don't overwhelm the hospital too much. That's 200 migrants, with most of them having no education. They'll slowly trundle over towards the school and get their education relatively quickly. And people who go to school long enough might get loyal enough to get a university education. Let's see if we can run our school at 70% loyalty again. You are going to be basic and higher education just for loyalty's sake. Because the orphanages will start showing up here at some point. Can't believe there's no coffee as a resource and workers. Can't imagine to live there. It's in the food resource. It's abstracted. That's fine. Get that road upgraded, build the dirt road again, just so they can get through here. If they want to. For example, for the road construction. The other one. I want some differently colored residential buildings, I think. This one should be black with soot, because they're so close to the steel mill, I think. Yeah, we could color the houses based on how low the life expectancy gets during winter, so we know what to set them to. Was about to riot when you suggested color on our glorious utilitarian buildings, but then you just said soot, and everything was fine. Yeah. But I think lifespan is big, for that's a big heating plant there. Yep. And a big steel mill, which is having more of an impact if it gets enough workers. And an incinerator, and a vehicle production, and a mechanical components factory is here too. And a clothing factory, so everyone's having a lot of fun in the area, as you can tell. Missing steel. You know what, you're gonna go import some steel again. It's gonna be for the best. Customs house, waypoint is fine, and then after that we can add the steel mill again. It's nice to have the waypoint on the list, just so we can add another stop after it without having to rearrange everything. We'll wait until unloaded for the steel. And then that should hopefully be enough. And with this, now we can change every train car to carry everything. Which will be a lot more steel, but also a lot more vehicles exported. Research better pollution filters next year. We're not going to get to 7,500 people in half a year, so we'll have to wait until 1930 with the next free research point to get pollution filters. I don't have that yet. Quick look on the wear and tear of buildings. Everything below 45%, that's fine. And vehicles, just a quick look. 80% concrete mixer, almost 50 years old. That one's going to get replaced. Trains are fine. You need to go get repaired. Let me check again. Sort by wear and tear. There's one vehicle here with 46%. Some new vehicles that are not set to 20% repair. There we go. Go get your repairs now. Or reasonably soon, I guess. Once the horse veterinary has some time to fit you in. I think with medium citizen reactions this would definitely be possible. Harsh ones are quite difficult. But it's good to learn about the health, life expectancy, relation to pollution. It's all good to know. We know that here there's high loyalty. Let's just move some of the basic education people into the student hall. It's going to be a lot of university students. They're all going to have very high loyalty. In the meantime, more people with basic or higher education can move in here too. Every other basic education citizen has a child right now, so we can't move them in. Right. Next section of road. This one's going to be a bit annoying to place, but with the shift key magic, we can do it. Maybe. Just get closer first. There. Hello, George Rockland. What's the shift key magic? Being to set up a road really close to another road if it's on a junction. If you already have a node, you can get it really close. Start it off of that one. Normally when you just drag it without the shift key, it'll prevent you. But with the shift key, you can get really close. Can lead to some unforeseen consequences, but the benefits outweigh the negatives. Steel being used for construction. Waiting for the delivery train. I want my excavator. help me out in some situations, yeah. It puts... You gotta make sure that you don't do something like this. And then you do... I don't know if you can start another junction off of that node. Technically there's a really close node here now, isn't there? But yeah, if there's no junction you can do whatever, because it's really close already. But then sometimes you want this to be like another... basically a nice 90-degree angle before you start getting into a corner. And for that it helps quite well. You're repairing. Yep. That's why no steel is here yet, because we're currently repairing the train. We've only 2 workers, but I said it would be fine. % wear. Alright, 5 workers. I've changed my mind. It's 17 work days, guys, come on. 1% wear. It's missing 1.1 tons of mechanical components. Let's just send it out back on the track, it's fine. Didn't replace one of the things, it'll be fine. %, higher education, loyalty down to 44%. That demolition truck is doing a lot of work. It's really useful. Just so we don't forget about demolishing these first before we get each individual line, depending on where the junctions connect. So get this one first, then this one, and then this one up to the passenger track. The exit connections leading into the MegaCity. What's going on? Nothing, just normal operation. Okay. I don't think anything can burn down here, but if the switch burns down, we're gonna be in trouble. That's for sure. Why did you not unload the vehicles? Oh, because you're doing the first round first. Okay, sure. Go to the customs house. Where are you? You're here right now. If I caught you earlier, it would have worked. Wait, you... I don't know what you did. I guess you did a loop somewhere? Oh no, go to the customs house, sell your vehicles and get steel. Gotta wait longer now. You can do it. I'm gonna make it simpler, so you don't have to go into the city. I can't assign you there. Never mind, go to the city, do a loop. It's fine. Heard of frozen switches, but never overheated switches. Oh, they're switching so rapidly that they would overheat? That would be crazy. That would be a lot of friction for that to happen. Or a lot of electricity. Maybe they're using the wrong amount of energy, electricity. Could be a bit much. Excavator almost done. You will go to this bus platform, so we'll always have some workers making their way over to the steel mill, even if there's insufficient workers in the area, which will hopefully guarantee that the steel mill will have firefighters, workers in the incinerator, workers in the steel mill. There will be 150 people living in this area. That should hopefully be sufficient. Okay, new road construction is done. Is the fence fine there, or should I make it a little bit shorter? Seems... I think that's fine. At that point we don't really need this fence anymore either, but I guess it can stay. Sure. Next construction phase of the sewage treatment plant will need a lot of steel. But that's why we're spending a ton of money now, because we'll be importing it. But only every full vehicle delivery. So it shouldn't cost us too much. I didn't have a full vehicle this time. It's only 260,000. Our vehicle exports are a lot more than that. This will be quite nice. I don't know what's with this song. I wanted to switch playlist. Let me change it. Let's go to a different song list from Whitebed Audio. There's some new ones I haven't listened to yet. Single individual songs. Now let's try this one. I haven't really listened to that one either. A new beats playlist. Probably a lot of familiar music, but maybe some new one. Steel mill vehicle will be here soon, delivering 70 plus tons. We're not keeping up with the food deliveries anymore, I think. Maybe you were undergoing maintenance? Yeah, maybe. Should be hopefully fine. Unless, if not, I'll have to designate more food arrival. It's delivering 33 tons though, that should be fine. We'll see. 1,000,000 rubles currently carried. A ton of it being clothing. There's the steel train. The train is quite funny in German and Norwegian and Portuguese and Spanish. Yes, we will steal train. Stahlzug. Stahleisenzug? Oh, Stahleisenbahn, yeah. Okay, highly educated, full, highly educated, and basic education not full. What we are full on is highly educated. No, we're not full on that either. Not yet. Cut down a lot of the storages for the ash removal, but it still seems to be holding. You know, we've only ever seen one storage having some material in it, so not really a problem. Oh, the secret police does have to go to the student hall? I guess it does. I was woken early by my neighbor's snowblower this morning, hence my jokes are suffering. They're not that bad. But I also had some drilling being done when I started the stream. So far it's been quiet now. I'm bracing myself for tomorrow, because it's Sunday and drilling is usually not allowed, so maybe there's gonna be more drilling. Focus the residential buildings, please. They should finish. We got a lot of bricks here. We are picking up bricks from the train platform, right? No. Pick it up from the train platform. Let's go. No wonder it has been so slow. They haven't been picking up most of the bricks. The No Holy Day. Yep. No holes. That's a new song. Sounds familiar, but I guess a lot of synthwave songs sound like that. Yep. We have our excavator. It sounds like a steam train now. That's cool. Go to work. Also red, also random color. Coincidence? I think not. It's doing some sick drifts. "13 kilometers an hour. It's fine. So question, what does that help with? The excavator? Every groundwork construction ever. We can do groundwork for construction without workers. Doesn't it need a flatbed? Nah. Plus we can't carry it with a flatbed. 12.5 tons was our carry capacity and that one weighs 14 tons. We could only... Oh, it can be carried. You say... Oh, you say 13. Yeah, 13 tons. But this one's 14 tons. Game be lying to me. Oh well. Choo-choo excavator. Yep. Every groundwork can now be done by that thing. Very quickly and efficiently. Way fewer workers needed for building. Lies upon lies, wrapped in fires. Or fibs. Like if it started working on the technical service here, that would be done really quickly. Cool that the game actually supports that. Get that flatbed for it, no space. It's fine, it's not gonna get carried around by a flatbed, it can run by itself. First it's gotta refuel. And then it's gonna go to a construction site, hopefully. Does it run on coal? No, it burns fuel. Where will you go? You're not assigned to buildings. So I'll have to do that, I guess. Here, help with this groundwork. Now that they have animated horses, I wonder if they're gonna animate tracked vehicles. Probably not, but would be cool. It's drifting pretty cool. Yep, it's drifting very cool. It's doing those sick handbrake turns into every corner. $142 days of groundwork. Let's let the excavator do its thing. So efficient. Doesn't need any worker on the construction site. Can run on its own. Unlike a road crane, that one needs workers. It just increases the strength of the workers. Okay, some extra houses for basic education, high loyalty. I can't say that, I think that's copyrighted. Otherwise the Yoxcast is gonna come after me. As long as there's a mechanism allowed during the groundwork construction, then yes, it would support that vehicle. No, I was joking. I don't think they care. Unless I use it commercially, then it would be a problem. What are they up to these days? I don't know. I don't think they're making workers and resources content though. I haven't seen them do that. If the Yogscast does a run on workers and resources, oof. Well, maybe they have someone in their collection that does like these types of games. I mean, pretty sure they do. Look at how quickly that got done. In the meantime, it had 2 workers every now and then. It would have taken several months to finish this. And the excavator does it in 2 weeks. Also, minus the travel time back and forth, I guess. Alright, let's see what the horse carriage can do. The flatbed one, how fast can it run? Do we even have it still? I don't know where I put that one. In the production. Oh, it's carrying the vehicles to the export site. Minecraft, Hytale, and Gmod content. Yeah. Sounds like diverse enough content with a lot of popularity. Coming soon to a Dust Bright stream near you. No, not really. Although the game we played yesterday on the demo stream was quite close to Minecraft, but voxel and really weird. Simon turned into Kyle Gass? I don't know who Kyle Gass is. Kyle Gass. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense, yeah. I mean, I assume looks-wise, I don't know what Kyle Gass. American musician, actor, and comedian. Other half of that band I forgot the name of. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I'm really bad with musicians. I'm really bad with anyone who has names. Personal names that only mean it's that person. I have a really hard time remembering those. Every time I learn a new workers resources fact, I forget 10 personal names, basically. Too famous to remember other names? Yeah, sure. That's the issue, yeah. You got it. Installing prefab panels. Steel and concrete. Doesn't even need prefab panels. Wish you could paint house buildings in this game. I mean, you can recolor them based on existing textures, and you can add more textures as mods, I think. But you can't draw on them, I guess, if you mean that. Need to worry about money. Got a water truck ready to go for our new technical service once it's up. Let's build only one more for now and then go back to money making because we're lagging behind a little bit. Chemicals are lacking. What's going on? Where's the train? I don't want another health crisis here. What are you doing? Oh. Oh. I see. Where do you want to go? Here. And this train, when in here, wants to turn around. Yeah. Looks like this waste train is getting out of here. Well, you're gonna move first, I guess. Oh. I thought you would move. Guess the other waste train moved instead. God dang it. Just put a couple too many trains in a single train track network and you give them a little bit too much liberty. And they just start doing weird stuff. But yeah, no huge issue, just a little bit of kerfuffle. Another waste train. Where do you want to go? Coaling station. From the customs house. No, that's bad, that's bad. You go to the coaling station after the aggregate unloading. You go to the coaling station before your trip to the MegaCity. Not here anymore. So yeah, unload the meat right now. Trains to be training, yeah. That was my mistake. I should not allow trains to go into the coaling station directly from the customs house. They need to go back to their waiting area. Otherwise this could happen. Alright, it should be running now. Bullet at a Munich English garden. How did they get the wave pool to work? The wave pool? I think it's a river, and I think there's like a shape in the water that allows a wave to form, otherwise a wave pool? I'm not sure. I guess that explains our lack of money a little bit. $10 million rubles, which is 50% of our amount of money we can borrow. We need to be careful now. And wave pool's just a plate that goes up and down, making waves. I'm not sure. Does it help with water treatment process? I don't think so. I don't know why it would help with that. New prisoners up. Get the supplies over. Minimum loyalty 50%. Minimum propaganda 100%. Stagnant water, less infestation. Like I said, I have no idea what wave pool you mean. I only know the wave in the river, not a wave pool. We're getting back to vehicle production for export momentarily, and it's going to be kind of important. I might tell the construction officers to pick up just from the steel mill directly. I mean, we still got a decent amount of money we can borrow, but we were close to paying all of our loan off, and then everyone died. It was my own mistakes, but still. Had to be a capitalist plot, yeah. Subversive elements have hit our republic. Gotta find a way to deal with them. Again, it's in A Wonderful Life when the pool keeps opening and closing. Kind of nightmare, but people had fun, I guess. I don't think I've watched that movie. I'm sorry, I can't get any references. I haven't watched movies in like 15 years, except for just a very, very small amount of them. And I guess It's a Wonderful Life is a historic one. But yeah, I also don't know that one. It's a Christmas Story? Even more of a reason not to watch it. Why is it a nightmare and people had fun? But it's a Christmas Story? What? That sounds weird. It's a Wonderful Life when you don't watch movies? I don't know. I didn't find movies that engaging, I just wanted something interactive, like a video game, I guess. Sitting and watching a movie just to soak up information was not that entertaining to me. I wasn't really entertained by that. Similar to Scrooge, White Light Experience movie. Okay. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. I've heard that phrase before. There are very few movies that are engaging enough for me to finish watching. I get bored in 20 minutes. Yeah. And I also hate movies that try to get engagement by just having a lot of cuts every second. So you're basically like getting distracted instead of getting entertained. Now seriously, there's so little quantity of good movies. It's gonna use up all the steel we have left if we get to the sewage treatment plant. Are you sure prisoners? Do I want to shut off this prison? Maybe once we have enough wardens in a new one. Need to populate the houses first, I guess. Poor scene is when they're dancing on the dance floor, but on the dance floor was poor and someone kept opening the dance floor by accident. People started falling in while mid-dancing, and because someone could have got killed, but they were young and dumb and lucky. And that's a Christmas movie, okay, sure. How do you feel about the campaign? Is it good to learn the ropes? The tutorials are good to learn the ropes. The first campaign is good to learn make sure you know what you learn from the tutorial. But I would start with the dedicated tutorials first. To get some basic understanding about how the game works. They're also repeatable quickly if something goes missing, knowledge-wise. It's a Wonderful Life, it's an old classic, also the moon for you, good concepts and meaningfulness. You need to do them first to unlock the longer campaign. Okay. But I still would say the tutorials before the first campaign as well. Unless you really want to get into the gameplay, then sure. You can also do the first campaign, but things might be unclear. I'm not sure if the first campaign got any updates. It did require some knowledge. Another thing we can do with the excavator is using it for demolition work. If we want to demolish the sewage pipe. Alright. You go and pick up mixed waste, wait until loaded, dump it here. Wait until unloaded, pick up hazardous waste, don't wait until loaded, dump it here, wait until unloaded. Every technical service will now dump mixed and hazardous waste into this garbage container. And no one will go to the waste incinerator anymore directly. At least that's the plan. Guess Mega 56, Mega 19? No. That guessing game was fun, but yeah, I'm not really that much into stream interactions, so I don't know how to propagate it when I'm trying to like use it at some point. And I think most people who are watching this don't care too much about that also. That was good fun. I really want to play that map game. That was nice. Finally we have a waste truck that can load from containers very quickly. I don't know if this message of overflowing will work, but yeah, gotta try it. First when I saw the graphics, but then I like the idea. Yeah. I wonder how complex it gets. Like, we're still doing mostly tutorialization, I think. Walking around, finding a point of interest, and then tracing the steps from that based on cardinal directions. At some point, maybe that point of interest is going to go away and you have to figure out what are the cardinal directions, or maybe it's always going to stay that way. I'm not sure. But the maps are getting bigger. Uh-oh, there goes our steel. Sewage treatment plant construction phase is a go. Once it is up, we can start demolishing the sewage pipe, telling every technical service to run to the sewage treatment plant for sewage discharge, because the sewage discharge itself wouldn't work at that point anymore. And then build the new sewage pipe coming around back to the treatment plant. Still steel. Working on it. If the train gets full of vehicles, then we can do an export, but not before. I mean, we need more than 300k, I guess. We're at 184k right now. I don't want to import steel at a loss. The many construction tasks are draining our steel, but it is mostly filled. The steel demand, I mean. What a weird song, I did not expect a song like that. Interesting. Okay, now it's more like a song I would expect. Okay, that makes sense. Are you kidding me? This long? And I haven't noticed. MegaCity, no. Go to the cargo train platform, please. Oh my god, massive traffic jam here too, just because of this train moving back and forth. Oh, I see. No, that was my mistake. You can't go to the coaling station at that point. How do we do this? Customs house, coaling station. You know what? We're gonna go to the coaling station between the meat delivery and the gravel delivery. How about that? So you're gonna move here, deliver meat, go to the coaling station, get back here to deliver gravel, and then you're gonna go to the MegaCity. Sheesh. That's bad. No firefighters in that area right now. Danger zone. The settlement has seen worse. I'm sure it'll be fine. $67 happiness. No water. 1,500 people. Excuse. Oh god, is it because the traffic jam? I just said the city has seen worse, but I might be incorrect. Huh. It's not this one, is it? No. No death wave. Stop it.
Calm down. No water. It's not polluting or insufficient water, it's no water. I mean, this one has running water, it shouldn't have those problems. I think it might be the MegaCity. The MegaCity. Let's check for low happiness. 39. Without drinking water. I see. Yep. The horse carriages are not doing it. They're too slow. That's all that's all building with high loyalty. Great. Finish the technical service, please. Once we get some bricks here. I need to move some of the water trucks in. Get those vehicles out. Get those vehicles in. Pick up water, please, and deliver it. Lack of water probably doesn't work well with our loyalty plan for that building. Oh wow, just picked water up. 20 logins? I don't know. Who's that? Another person name I don't know. Tony logins. Maybe you should log out. Go get some fuel. And then run water for us, please. I hope they get used before the other horse carriages, because they would be so much more efficient. Even if they only get used for a couple deliveries. Okay, we got some water delivered. Complaints are gone for now, but yeah, the water supply is not sufficient yet. You are bringing water to that substation. That's fine, just keep delivering. Assist with the deliveries. Mistake, that was Kenny logins. Okay. Oh, we got all the steel for the sewage treatment plant. Excellent. That means we'll be able to start with the construction of the running water for the citizenry. And hopefully that'll stabilize the water supply, because the horse carriages aren't good enough. And instead of building a ton of water trucks, we'll just build the water pipes directly. But we need to hook up the sewage connection first. And for that I will have to rely on my sewage carriages to make sure they empty out the sewage tanks fast enough into the sewage treatment plant until the sewage pipe has been built. We can build most of the sewage pipe before we hook it up, so we can prepare the sewage pipe before we make the switch. I think I'm going to connect it here. Then we have one more sewage pipe coming in from the construction sector, I believe. And these two are for further residential buildings, one going around it. I think. I don't know. But yeah, this way. This way should be okay.
Let's see if it doesn't even hook up. Don't even know which direction this is connected right now, do you? That would work. So I want you to basically be on this height. And then we start her up, going in this direction. I'm wondering if I should do a right angle or direct connection. Direct connection would be faster, but I think in the future a right angle would be better. So this sewage pipe doesn't come into conflict with other sewage connections that lead into the sewage pipe. Although we could just connect it through with a cheeky workaround, but I think this would make more sense. So we need a straight sewage pipe, straight enough at least. Then we can hook this up at a right angle. And this we can build up to this point, and then later on just make the connection from this sewage pipe to this sewage pipe, doing a tiny demolition work. So we shouldn't run into any issue with the time of the construction. We can prepare the sewage pipe until here. One of the happiest moments when I completed sewage treatment. Sewage treatment is important. Building's not finished. Do I have a dedicated line for the water treatment? Or is it just a distribution office? It's just a distribution office, okay. That's fine. Yeah, you have 300,000, you could go to the customs house, anything else would be extra profit. As long as we still have steel, I guess we'll wait a bit. Just get the production through. Maybe even increase the amount of workers allowed in the vehicle production line. Water. Sewage is not up yet. Mixed waste and hazardous waste. And the sewage, of course. What if I add a second load command for hazardous waste? I want to see if we can make the vehicle skip the hazardous waste loading command. Because if there's two in a row, I think it'll just ignore both of them. Maybe it'll jump directly to the mixed waste one if there's no hazardous waste. That would be ideal. Yeah, it does. Okay. No, then it's fine. Then we don't need to make anything else happen with this route. If no hazardous waste is here, it'll just skip it and load mixed waste instead. The excavator, for example, can now do the groundwork construction of the sewage pipe if it wants to. I'm not sure what it's doing at the moment. Oh, it's doing demolition work. No, we don't do any demolition right now. First we'll build that tiny section of sewage pipe, please. We can do that. It's the only thing you're assigned to. And I guess you can also help with the houses. But no, let's do the sewage first. The houses are not urgent. We still have enough housing capacity for people with high loyalty. Sort of. It's filling up. I need another free construction office for that vehicle. And then it can do any construction that it wants to. Stop doing this right now. Go to the groundwork of these buildings first. And then the sewage pipe last. Still struggling with water deliveries. Come on, guys. Well, the gas station's a little bit further away now, I guess. We'll bring you a gas station nearby. How does that sound? Maybe add a few sewer T for possible future connect. No, not on that one. We have the T's all the way up to this point, and up here I say, okay, this is all you get, everything else gets to the sewage treatment. So all of this area up to the sewage pipe we can handle with the T's we already have in place. But everything else is just a direct connection. There will be another sewage pipe and water pipe for everything that will be built along this road, basically. Up to maybe here. But I also have to see what the throughput actually is, because I don't know what the water and the sewage consumption is. Maybe I've underbuilt this, maybe I've overbuilt this, I'm not sure. Short on grain on our food production. Again. Why does this keep happening now? Train coaling station. You know what? You're not going to the coaling station anymore. Or where would you go? We do need to go to the coaling station, but then like a waiting area. It's annoying. No, that could fill up both. Just go to the aggregate unloading station for the coal. So, customs waypoint, cargo train station, coaling station. And instead of coaling station, you just make your way to this aggregate station now. Don't unload anything. Turn around, go there. I see now. Remember one time I could not understand why sewer was backing up? Had the pipes sloped the wrong way. I hope it's fine. We'll find out before we hook up running water for sure. Money. It's a bit cold to run out of money right now. Looks like we're exporting some vehicles now. Maybe we're importing steel and that was the reason. Well, the resource deliveries to the sewage pipe are going to be atrociously slow. That's the only connection point we have right now, because I didn't want to make that change yet. Maybe I could pause it and wait until the sewage treatment plant is up. It does have an internal storage. We could wait and hook up the sewage pipe completely on the other connection. But they would probably still prefer the sewage treatment plant as a delivery location because it's closer. I'm sure this is not going to cause any catastrophe with a fire. It'll be fine. Are you importing steel? Yes, you loaded steel. Good. 270k, so yeah, if we have over 300k, which we can get with our vehicles, it's profitable. We'll run this until the steel storage has 100 tons of steel, the external one, and then turn off the steel imports again. Oh my god, this is such a bad area. Maybe as an external sewage switch just so they would have used that for delivery would have been a lot better, because then they would have went there and gone away instead of having to do a U-turn in building. Oh well. It's only 180 tons of gravel. It'll be fine. Let's not think about the bricks yet. Oh my god. This is causing other problems too. Significant other problems. I don't think we can keep this running. I'm of the opinion that we're gonna have another crisis because of it. Fewer vehicles would be better. Don't send workers here. No workers. Get the horse carriages out that want to build this with workers. They're not needed. We have an excavator for now. Get out of here. Free up some room on the road. Get out of here. We will need the workers once we are laying down the bricks to make the pipe, but not yet. Yeah, let's not load any steel right now from the customs house. Happiness has dropped quite badly. Oh. Good. Put out the police station, thank you. Okay, so Schumann I guess is fine, but I don't think they're gonna make it here in time. Also, who assigned themselves to that? Oh, you did. I guess that's fair. Don't do building construction, you're not allowed to. Focus on maintenance. If this is a little bit off with the elevation, we won't be able to connect it, but I think it should be fine. And after that, we'll have to plan for running water. Wherever we have a sewage switch, there should be a water switch nearby, because we also need water in that area. I don't think I've planned for the water pumps going out of the water treatment plant yet, so that also has to happen. This would basically act as our first switch, and then the rest should be possible to do with just normal switches. And we will have multiple connections out of that building if we need to. Right underneath the heating pipe, what could go wrong? They're gonna have running hot water. hear a lot of ambulances, I think. Mildly concerning. Only mildly. And then we're at the area of our main water pipeline. Water coming from this area and spreading out 2 directions. From where it can go back into other switches and find the location where it wants to be. Artistic pipes plotting. I hope so. We're gonna be having to look at those every time we look at something in the area, so they better look nice. On this side we don't really have anything with water consumption yet, but once we have housing, we'll have to lay the water pipe towards this direction as well, just not right now. I don't... This is a medium sewage pipe, so it also needs to be a medium water pipe, sure. A water switch here. And currently only a small water pipe out of this. is using running water now. That would be a problem. Looks like it does. Water consumption has increased rapidly. Oof. Well, that's gonna make a ton of sewage. If it does happen. Or was it just a water delivery? Let's keep the water pipes on the down low for now. Don't hook these up yet. People are sewer making machines, they sure are. Okay, should be better. Only gravel now, no more traffic jam, and then it's gonna be bricks only after that. So traffic jam should be relatively small. Health is still at 83%. December. Let's see how bad it gets. We will be able to start researching the pollution filters. I'm gonna write it down already. 6 free research points. 9 total, 9 used. Pollution filters. I guess you can also move people with higher education in here in case we run full. We do run full. Sheesh. Okay, sure. Move everyone in. Go, go, go. Get out of the student hall. Let other people study. I guess we ran full and highly educated. Started to replace your horse transports with trucks, or you're just doing the construction trucks first? I'm doing the waste trucks and water trucks first, but only to rework the water network. I've gotten an excavator and a bulldozer. I don't want to replace everything. I want to stick with horses for as long as possible and see how large we can get the city. So right now we're still doing some of the basic maintenance of actually making a steel mill run next to a large settlement. We need some basic researches that help us with the pollution, the life expectancy of our citizens. After the pollution filters, I would like to get the research that reduces the impact on the health from the alcohol, because I think that would also help. Because that one's always present. Doesn't affect as many people, but it's way stronger. And it is also present during non-winter times, when the heating plant is off. Okay, no more steel exports, just vehicle... steel imports, just vehicle exports for now. And some extra housing for higher and basic education, any loyalty. Yeah, I guess they can both move in here, and that's fine. But yeah, not planning on mass replacements. Only when we feel like something would be a huge benefit without requiring too many vehicles. Which could be true for the construction sector. Especially, I guess, for the maintenance construction sector, it could be useful. Because then we need one vehicle each. And that's not too many. Almost done with the gravel deliveries, very good. And then a bunch of brick deliveries where we will have to wait for the train to bring everything in. That'll finish most of the sewage pipe. The sewage treatment plant will finish in the meantime. And once it's done, we can start the rework of the last bit of construction here. Hook it up. I hope it works. We would demolish a tiny section just to get the corner in, and then afterwards we can get rid of the whole sewage pipe, I guess. Hello, Sancho. Welcome. Doing fine, thank you. Hope you're fine too. Alright, 1,000 highly educated again. Good. Good stability in that case. See, people are coming back. Yeah, we got a little bit of migration going, and people are coming back. So 500 migrants, all from the west, none from the east. We didn't use any rubles because 100 people would cost us a bit, like a million. 800,000. Didn't want to spend that money, so we got people from the west to get the population growth going. The megacity had the same pollution issue, the same waste problem as the auxiliary settlement, because the incinerator underwent building maintenance, and the only vehicles that were transporting mechanical components were 5 meters too far away from assigning themselves to the building. That was good fun. You are not supposed to go directly to the incinerator, there's still a couple buildings we need to switch over. I've built one waste truck. We're having an external storage now for the waste arriving to the incinerator. And a second one in case something goes wrong, because then I can quickly assign the second waste storage. And it's another 195 tons of waste storage capacity before. That will allow us to solve issues. But I have to notice it. Which I guess is the problem. Sewage treatment plant is almost ready. The sewage pipe leading into the sewage treatment plant has been prepared except for that last bit of section that will be the corner. And then we should be good to go. Hello Carpath Ice, welcome. And we can research pollution filters now, because it's January 1930. Get another free research point. Let's snap that one in. You to stop doing university education. Anyone can teach pollution research basics. It's going to be 4 researchers in sequence, and after that we will have a 15% reduction in pollution being emitted by buildings with chimneys. Pollution filters, pollution filter prototype, and then the installation. We'll open up the housing for highly educated workers in the other settlement to people with higher loyalty, because otherwise I don't know if they're going to even get enough workers to run their basic facilities. I mean, they should be making enough of their own highly educated workers, I guess. But those can technically also move into the MegaCity. So yeah, we'll have like 2 houses with 50 to 75% loyalty on higher education. We'll wait until we have 200-ish tons on steel before we start building all of the water network, but we could start with some basic construction, like the first water pump. I guess that we could do. And then the first running water would go into this substation, which hopefully wouldn't take too long to build, especially with the excavator. Oh yeah, we got an excavator. It's building the sewage pipe right now. Well, it was. It's not building the bricks into the sewage pipe, but it was building the sewage pipe groundworks. It's normally waiting around in this construction office. And now it's doing the water pipe. Brick deliveries are a bit slow, but that's fine. Train is exporting some cars and bringing some steel back. No, it's not bringing steel back, it's just going to be profit this time. Oh boy, we are losing money. Let me check the... Oh god, not again! Why does this keep happening? Why did you go over there? What the hell? You weren't supposed to go into... These trains are... fun. Let's see. To go to the customs house, you always have to use this waypoint. I mean, I should put it at the beginning of the list, but fine. Go to this train depot and I'll launch you once you arrive back. You'll have to go through the whole of MegaCity 1 center to get here. Unless I keep monitoring you and I turn you around manually. I guess I can turn you around manually. Yeah, we'll turn you around on the first train platform. I don't know, did you go get repairs on... Wait, you might have gotten repairs on the other train depot and then you went back here. Maybe that is the issue. What's my citizen lifespan currently? 67, shrinking, because pollution is still having an effect from the steel mill and other facilities. I am researching towards pollution filters. I'm not sure if we're going to get that done, but the steel mill inside the building is struggling. Hello, you're local. pollution isn't real. True, but it has a placebo effect on the citizens. They die because they think it's real. So I guess we gotta pay attention to that. I need to change the waypoint at the front of the line. Every time they restart the line, they want to go to the customs house, they need to go to the waypoint first. Pollution is a lie by the West corrupting the citizens. Of course. Yes, comrade. Turn around, waypoint. Can't do that. Okay, then go to the refueling point, but waypoint is the next stop. So let's throw in a waypoint here. Customs house, and then waypoint. This one will go away. We're unloading anything and loading hazardous waste 20%. Like that. That will be the new route. Nope, gotta go to the customs house. Can't get the other way. Hopefully this will work now. What difficulty is this? Highest difficulty without earthquakes. So I turned global events to normal instead of real, like harsh or realistic or serious, what it's called. Do not want earthquakes in this. I've made the game difficult enough for myself because we're building the city at the center of the map with horse carriages and trains. Those horses somehow are not dead from the cold. No, we're working them to keep them warm. That's fine. The muscles can only freeze if they're not moving, so we're preventing that. Sewage treatment plant finishing up. Sewage pipe slowly getting its bricks delivered. Okay, let's test and see if the construction of this open hull gets extinguished fast enough. Should be. I don't think I switched the other horse carriages to maximum speed when I bought them though. Yeah, that should be fine. Are your fire trucks also horses? Everything is horses, except the trains. They are trains. And I have a couple vehicles that I recently produced myself. So we got some water truck. I got 2 water trucks. There's the vehicle production line next to our steel mill. We got 2 water trucks, we got an excavator, we got a bulldozer, and we got a waste truck handling the waste inside the incinerator. You're not supposed to deliver it here. Oh no, you're fine. You're emptying out the other storage, that's fine, that's allowed. Would you say the game is worth the price? Yes, it is. It also goes often on sale, then it's even more worth it. You need a little bit of frustration resistance to get into it. It's very, like, if you played something like City Skylines, this starts at the difficulty that City Skylines ends at. City Skylines 1. Then you need to be a little bit, like, prepared for a bit of a janky control scheme, but it allows you a lot of flexibility in how you set things up. At the beginning, you will probably think about building everything in parallel, make it nice and grid-like, Factorio, maybe if you've played this. This game is in between Factorio and City Skylines. More towards the city side. Captain of Industry is more towards the Factorio side. Should I wait for it to go on sale? If you have enough games already and you don't mind waiting, waiting for a sale is always good. But if you really want to play it right now, then let me check something. Maybe it is on sale somewhere. Okay, that just killed the music apparently. YouTube doing its stuff. YouTube being fun. Let's see. Workers and resources. It's on sale on a website that I don't know yet, but it's trusted. Called... Oh no, it's on back order. Well, it's on sale for 10 euros on a site called Play Some. I don't know what back order means, but 2Game has it on sale too. Oh, Fanatical I know. Fanatical is definitely... Fanatical supports PayPal, and there it's also on sale for 10 euro. So yeah, there's several sites where it's on sale. It's on sale for another 1 day and 9 hours on Fanatical, for example. Supports PayPal, Visa, Google Pay, and there's some other sites. I'll just paste the link in chat, and if you know one of the sites where it is on sale, you can use that one. Play some 2Game, Fanatical, Epic Games Store if you want to get it there. Game Billet. Almost everyone has it on sale for 10 euro right now. Which means that there's probably a Steam sale coming soon, I guess. City Skyline is capitalist slot. Yeah, but it's more about relaxation than... This can make you feel stressed. I don't think City Skylines has the ability to make you feel stressed unless you... Well, I guess it could. Every game can make you feel stressed. I should take that back, yeah. If something goes wrong in City Skylines with the traffic, that also makes you feel stressed. But yeah, this is the early start DLC. This is not the base game. Most content you see is from the early start DLC. Except the map we're playing on, which is from the World Maps DLC. Missing chemicals. Good shout. Well, let's get the demolition done, I guess. Sure, it'll be fine. Make sure we're not ending up underneath the road. This could be done by the excavator. Come on. Excavator. Demolition office. Let's go. I bought it while it was on sale and don't even have a computer that can play it yet. Just have a Mac. Still worth. Adds a lot of content for 20 bucks, I heard. Yeah. It adds a ton. But it makes the game more difficult and slower. So if you want to have steam locomotives, definitely get it. But don't start in 1920 or 30. Might be too slow to get it going. But I guess if you're not playing on realistic mode, then you can start in any age, really. Should be fine at that point. The horses are part of the early start DLC, yes. Let me guess, the excavator is also somehow horse-powered. No, that's one of the vehicles we have made that is fuel-powered. And that is just doing its thing. I built one because it's so much more efficient than having manual labor on construction sites or demolition sites. But that one is running on fuel. Steam locomotives are superior. Yep, that's why we have it. Only steam locomotives, and not really any desire to upgrade. Although I wouldn't mind trying out the early start electric locomotives on wooden rail. They seem kind of neat. Might be good for shunting work from a major storage area into the city.
Alright, get to work. It'll be done quick. First dig up the ground, and then tear up the sewage pipe. Not a lot of work here. That's it. Now we just need 5 horse carriages to carry the waste away and prepare the other sewage. The other sewage pipe as well. Steam trains are cheaper to operate too, I think, since it's coal and water. Definitely. Fuel price for us is quite high, but it'll get lower with time. A couple more bricks have arrived. We need at least another delivery to finish the sewage pipe. Train is carrying 47 tons every trip. 42 tons. Destination for the waste from the demolition is right nearby, so yeah, it'll be quick. We'll just hook it up to the new destination, and then I'll leave the excavator in the demolition office because it'll have to do the other sewage pipe too, which is gonna take a while. But at least we won't have to use any workers for that. Didn't lose too many people through winter with the pollution. Sorry, the placebo from the pollution this time, which is good. But it'll still last a while until it's warm enough to not run the heating plant. I'm going to have to go and check out the other customs house again with our auxiliary settlement. Okay, nothing is locked up this time. Good. Also, the further you go in the game, civ number and stuff like that. 80,000 was the highest in my previous MegaCity, which I started in modern times, and we also built towards the center, but we didn't start at the center. So we got 80,000. It wasn't with the highest building density we built. We tried to make a realistic looking settlement. Looked a little bit more organic than what we have right now, but the city core kind of looked the same. Now people will make commie blocks for miles. I hope at least the inner area. We will need a bit of an area to get 100,000 citizens. I hope my PC can handle the performance implications. Right now it's already struggling every now and then, but I think that's because I reset the graphics settings to a bit higher than normal. I think, for example, view distance has a pretty big impact. And tree detail too. But without the tree detail, the trees wouldn't be animated, so... It's just all commie blocks. That's true. Always has been. Communist son or democratic daughter? What kind of question is that? One more waste pickup, then the demolition is done. We can start the construction of the second bit of waste pipe. Which would you rather have?
democratic daughter, I guess? Last waste pickup. And the last section of pipe will not take that much time or cause that many traffic issues. My god, they're so slow. Let's hope it works. No problem. Good. Get that built. Don't merge it, just build it as a dedicated construction task. And we'll get rid of the other sewage pipe. Although I could leave it here. Nah, it's just gonna be easier to rebuild. It's gonna have to connect to the sewage treatment plant anyway. This is what the excavator can do for now. We'll use some workers to build the groundworks for the sewage pipe, and the pipe itself will only need 3.5 tons of bricks. I'm worried about our money. Export negative. Export negative? Wait, whoa. Are you messing around with the hazardous waste and not waiting until unloaded? What's going on? Customs house, unload, load. What's going on? No, export is last month. You exported hazardous waste. Who exported hazardous waste? Okay. Maybe one of the trains I sent back to the customs house did that, yeah. The one I told to loop around, basically. Cannot export mixed waste. Alright. Go to the aggregate train station. It's happening again. Why did it happen again? Why did the waste here run full? You know what, we gotta solve this properly. At the customs house, only unload mixed waste. Good. Go to the train depot. I'll have to send them to the customs house. Export the hazardous waste again? Ugh. Once, don't load anything. And make sure the incinerator is clear. Right, turn around. Go to the customs house. Okay, we'll have to do that. And then after that is done, we will designate some train cars for just mixed waste, so this doesn't happen anymore. Which can't load any hazardous waste, which always will be able to load the mixed waste. Probably 3 train cars. I'll make the hazardous waste transportation slower, but at least it'll keep functioning correctly. painfully expensive. Oh, we gotta fix it. You know, you can just go to the depot, I guess. Go to the cargo train platform. We'll only have to do it on one, I think. Alright. So the first 2 train cars are gonna be mixed waste only. And now we can import hazardous waste again. Didn't run out of money, but it was close. That does mean we would be importing more hazardous waste though. 63 tons. We can basically have 50%. Let's do 40% again. Nah, let's do 50. It's fine. And we have to wait for you to unload everything at the incinerator. Hello, je suis français. Je ne parle pas anglais. I don't know what sorry means in French, but je ne parle pas français. Sorry. Salut, Toy Solo. Je ne parle pas français. That's want us to speak French? I don't know. But yeah, I just want to say I can't speak French because that's the only thing I remember. We had a terrible French teacher. Yeah, you wanted to say you ain't speaking English. Yep, and I said I can't speak French. That was my response in French. I don't know if it was good French, but it was an attempt at French. Hello again, I got some banana bread. What did I miss? Wrote my thesis in French, dark times. I'm sorry to hear that. Was it also about banana bread? French banana bread? Or was it something more boring? What's happening to the population? It's still the pollution, I guess, but okay, it's stabilizing. It should be fine. Let's give it some time. Oh my god. So sorry, Super. Get well soon. Don't apologize. He picked that one by himself. Should have gotten inoculated. Oh, thank you. I don't talk much in the chat. That's fine. Not many people do anyway, except Super Dano. So I'm thankful for that. Did you get the tower crane? I decided against it. I think the tower crane would look too modern. That's 20th century stuff. Unless I see a picture of a tower crane in the 19th century that is from somewhere Wikipedia, I guess I would put a limit on. Otherwise I'm gonna get some AI generated image probably. But yeah, I'm not sure. It would change the theme. We need to relocate the orphanages. Maybe they should be here. I don't know. Wouldn't be bad. It's a tiny section of road unbuilt. 30s is basically New York and MegaCity without tower cranes. It would look sad. Yeah, but we said we would ignore what the date says, and we're staying in permanent 19th century. So we're not modernizing, not yet at least. Yeah, the pipe has been built. Just waiting on the large pipe now. And then the sewage should run again as normally. Gotta wait on another delivery of bricks, I guess. Another 2 deliveries of bricks because they're being used for other things. Put it on high priority, use all the bricks for the sewage pipe please, because our sewage carriages are not gonna do this indefinitely. Definitely not, because some of them are running as if they have running water. Oh my god. Oh, not again, no. I wonder, I now know why there's so many ambulance bells dinging. We're gonna have a bit of a problem with sewage. Fun fact, Empire State construction started around March 1930s. It's too late for it now. Do you ever stream in Deutsch? Yes. I have streamed in German. We did a sort of multiplier session for workers and resources where we built on one republic at the same time, and I did that one in German. Oh, there's another 50% pop drop incoming, I believe so, yeah. Definitely need to focus on the sewage pipe. You carry less steel. You carry less steel. Unload all the steel you have right now. And we'll turn one of the train cars into bricks. That is currently carrying steel. It's interesting to listen Deutsch, but not for a long time because I could not understand a lot. Yep. Wait until unloaded for mixed waste, not hazardous waste. Don't buy it and sell it right away, that would be terrible. I would need a waiting yard here where I can park the trains before they're supposed to go out back on their route. But the settlement is dying anyway and we're replacing it, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, you need to leave. I need my construction material more than I need money. We need the sewage pipe. How's the pollution filter tech? 800 workdays and it's only a third of the way done. Oh my Jesus. It's okay, I didn't assign all of the workers to the research, I guess, but still, sheesh. Structuring that badly for highly educated workers here, are we? 56 tons. I thought it was a little bit more than that. Let's check. Is 56 tons enough? 54 tons. If the construction officers focus all of their efforts on bringing the bricks to the sewage pipe, it should be enough. But I don't trust them, so it's probably not going to happen. We'll see. I guess I could force it. Let's do that. Let's unload all the bricks in here. Not where, source. And you only do the plumbing. No auto search right now. You bring all the bricks over. And then we'll have to flip this around so no one else can pick up bricks. Why did you only load 12 tons of food? Did I have... Oh, I did that, I think. Food and clothing is fine. Food and fabric would not be fine. No, it looks all fine. Food, clothing. Food, clothing. Why do we only have 12 tons? Why did you... Wait, why are you coming back with a ton of clothing? You're not exporting clothing anymore. I turned off the whole export instead of just mechanical components. I think we have stacked up a ton of clothing that hasn't been exported in a long time. Well, it's almost full. The next couple exports are going to be quite profitable. It's fine. Tower crane can speed the construction of the pipes. Construction speed is not the issue. At least not right now. I hope everything works. If this fails, then we're going to be stuck with a bunch of people living in sewage. And no recourse. The pipe is built. It should be fine. Where's the bricks? It's not that far. Oh my god. You need to get a move on. Where are you going? Coaling station? Coaling station. How much coal do you have? Not enough, you need to go to the coaling station. And this coal train is blocking our waste trains, which is slowing everything down. So that won't work either. Where do I park the waste trains that they don't cause problems like that? You know what? Just do this. No more aggregate unloading, just waypoint in here. Depot, please. Not sure if it'll work. We'll see. Nobody dies. Nobody. They're not allowed to. Bring the bricks over, come on. Let's see if this works. if we sneak them in just into this... Wait, what are we... We're doing that... Why was I doing that anyway? So they get coaling done. I want to try it without the waypoint. I'll think about that again when it becomes a problem. It basically was because the coaling station was blocked, but I think that's because some of the other trains were getting in the way and not the waste trains. It's only 2 waste trains here. They only get to the coaling station and then go to the customs house and back into parking. So if one of the trains goes to the coaling station, the other train is at the customs house also decides to go to the coaling station. We have 1 parking space free. Thank you for the follow, your local, much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Wait. What are you doing? Oh my... Jesus, no. No! You're not going to the other settlement to get to that waypoint. What are you doing? You tried to get from the cargo train station to this waypoint. I see, right. The first waypoint. No, you need to get from this cargo train station... Wait, cargo train station? Why would you... Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. No, we do need to use this waypoint. We need to try and use this waypoint. Because I'd get rid of this section of track because other trains were trying to get through here and cause other problems too. Hello Savinakis. Welcome. Let's see if it works or if it starts complaining. Check the bricks real quick. Did they get delivered? Not yet. They should be on the way now though. I think I saw them move through. Nope. No, they're moving through. Let's see if this works. It might complain that it doesn't want to go to this waypoint because it doesn't have a signal facing the right direction, so I'll just plop another waypoint in here that we can assign it to, which will make it easier to behave the correct way. Gotta replace the 5th waypoint with this one instead. That should make it work. That's the correct waypoint, yeah. We'll know once it tries to go from the incinerator back to the area. I hope this will work better now. Alright, let's make sure the bricks are only used for the sewage pipe. Once they get here. I should really start the other road construction tasks and just pause them so they don't look so bright and weird. The only people allowed to pick up bricks is this construction office until the sewage pipe is done. No one else can pick up right now. Nope, don't even try. I don't trust you. Well, I guess I can trust you. Sure, get it there a little bit faster, but none of these construction tasks. Only this one, no auto search. No auto search. Finish the sewage pipe. New deliveries can go into the other building again, as per normal. Sewage tank overflowing, health risk. Please, game, finish the sewage pipe. Oh my god. I mean, the university is probably the worst building because it has so many visitors. And the school. Maybe better to shut them off for now. Oh, I'll be fine. High priority. Bring workers here too. Almost all the bricks are present. Just some workers. And after this is all connected, we will start on the running water, because it's been a nightmare with the water and sewage carriages trying to push over 5,000 citizens. This is a single point of failure. Sewage treatment plant of that size. At least it doesn't have machine replacements and stops working for a while. Otherwise, well, the city would die really quickly. We need around 60 workers to get it built. I think that should be everything. We got 2 tons of bricks extra. Seems normal. And you can go back to auto search, I guess, if you want to. That should be all the bricks, I believe. 11, 10. No, a little bit more. They're carrying only 1.8 tons. So 11, maybe 12. I hope no one else wanted to go to this for the sewage pipe, but construction material train should also arrive here again at some point. This works now nicely, yeah. Good. Yeah, that works well. That's fine by me. Then they can do coaling whenever they need to, but they don't run to the coaling station if they don't have to. Also speeds them up quite a bit. I think it's back under control. At least I hope it is. Sewage should work immediately because the sewage pipe is done. If it doesn't work immediately, we have a problem with the slope, but I hope not. Because then, well, we're gonna have a lot of polluted students, I guess. That looks like it's gonna be enough bricks. 5.4. Up to 5.4 tons. Just drop in a bunch of workers. There's a bunch of horse carriages waiting for that. When I started with workers and resources, I had a really nice appreciation of how large the buildings were. And that went away as I got more and more construction offices and everything got built really quickly. Playing this way certainly gives me another appreciation for these giant buildings, how much work they're even doing. It's ridiculous. We got all the bricks. Now we just need enough workers to finish it, which should not be a problem. They've lined up here. Okay, hopefully that'll solve it. And if it doesn't, well, it's always a new run, right? So one thing we can check is one of the sewage tanks. If that one starts emptying out as soon as the sewage treatment plant pipe is done, everything is right. Or as soon as the sewage tank import fills up with like maybe 50 cubic meters of sewage. One more work day. Let's go. The grand opening of the sewage treatment plant is a go. It's working. And once we have running water, we should be able to check this checkbox. And it hopefully will throw an error message when all the sewage has been treated. My god, has the sewage piled up everywhere. Sheesh. There's so much storage capacity. Well, I'm glad it's working. And now we hook up the first piece of running water infrastructure. The first pipe. This one, I think. Yep. Get that built. Doesn't need any bricks. Should be fine. I'll start increasing consumption of water once the pipe is built, and then we'll see how much water we're running through. Downside of this is that it'll provide running water to more buildings than the sewage discharge, but every sewage discharge in the city should be hooked up to the sewage treatment plant. At that point we will have to have more workers in the water treatment plant too. That's the first test. Come on. Run the sushi plant with 3 at most. Oh, I don't want the sewage to be a problem right now, so you'll have to excuse me if I'm overloading the buildings to make sure everything stays safe. Where's the excavator? You done with demolition? You're done with demolition. Go back to construction. Still waiting on all the construction waste to be removed from the demolition site, but the excavator has already done every other bit of work. And now it can help with all the water pipes. "40 years of service of that excavator, probably. Okay, first research on the pollution filters done, 3 more to go. This one was 600 days, not pollution detectors, filters. This one is more than twice the length, 1,300 days. This might not be done this winter, might be next winter. No, just focus on them as much as possible. That's fine. Brick delivery, excellent. I guess some maintenance tasks need to be done. Sure. And a bunch of plumbing construction. This is where our steel production comes in. We're making money again. Let's check on the eastern border again. Make sure everything is fine with the customs house. Looks fine. Splitting up the trains makes them a little bit slower to load at the border, but it definitely gives them enough carry capacity to load mixed waste if something goes wrong with the incinerator. Did I set it for both trains? I did not. Only one train. Isn't not another source loaded? Only this one has the correct setting. Which means that this one is currently loading way too much hazardous waste. Comparatively. I'll have to catch it once it's done unloading at the border, I guess. Steel is here, just a couple workers. One worker would finish that construction. And then we have our first substation that will not need any more water trucks. I can hear the excavator doing work nearby, somewhere. Okay, happiness is good. Health is okay. Pollution right now is, I guess, happening whenever the heating plant has to kick in. Alright, I have to catch you when you've unloaded the waste but not loaded any new one. That's not gonna happen. I have to tell you to not load anything at the border right now. Then it'll work. We'll change 3 train cars to mixed waste and then you're not gonna cause any problems. I'll wait until we have the brick storage is over half filled until we start more building construction. Actual water pressure, let's go. That does mean all the buildings now consume running water, which could draw a lot of water from other substations too. So we have to work somewhat quickly, I guess. Get everything hooked up. One by one. You should get more chemicals. An important building, 80% please. Prison is also important. Grocery is also important. There's only 1 or 2 buildings in here that don't have 80% because I didn't want to spend that much money. It's the repair station warehouse for the vehicle repairs, and that's the only building, isn't it? Well, I'm gonna set that one to 80% now too. So everything is at 80% again. Your pickup point for bricks is going to be the train platform again. I guess I have to make it two-way, otherwise it's not gonna work. And yours too. Okay, you're done. Unloading mixed waste ×3. And you get your loading command at the customs house back, which puts you back on the same line as the other vehicle. Is that a sewage treatment? Yes. It's in preparation for when we actually have more people. I didn't want to build a small one, even though it probably would have been better. But yeah, we have built the largest sewage treatment plant now, and it's operating. We have to pipe every sewage from every citizen through here. Every industry. Sewage discharges is over on this side for now. We could in theory have it very close if we wanted to. But that would mess with the this area again. And we just built a long sewage pipe, so we're not going to change anything. Man, these groundwork constructions are so fast now. Let's get some more houses set up out of range of the pollution. Also seems fine. No. Don't have the bricks yet. But you can set up the groundworks of this. 100 tons of bricks. Sheesh. Importing coal and making my own bricks would be so much better. Still eyeballing this area for a brick factory. Just make the bricks right here. It's perfect. It's the right location. "15 tons of bricks per day for only 6 tons of pollution." Or if I want to have 17 tons of pollution, that one would even... that one would not fit here. But yes, 15 tons of bricks per day. The horse carriages couldn't carry that much, even if they wanted to. Yes, the fire station is still not connected and won't be because that's a temporary one. If it's still even working. Okay, now most of the white blueprints are paused construction tasks. But yeah, bulldozers and excavators could finish these relatively quickly. At that point I would worry about can we have enough gravel being delivered. Are you going to do brick highways or just go straight to asphalt? I will do brick. Not highways necessarily, we will probably put bricks down inside our settlement once we have enough materials around. On the main roads through the settlement, I wouldn't mind brick roads. In preparation for maybe a tram could be nice. I wonder why all the prisoners go to this prison. Do they have different housing qualities? Because a prison is technically just a residential building for the people living in it. 50% quality for both of them, okay. Sure. Twice the heat water tank. Seems about even. Just a large prison taking up a lot more space. Okay, second water pipe leading into a substation. That's 10 cubic meters. Our limit is 50, isn't it? Yep, 50 cubic meters. Gotta be careful with the throughput. Why did I make this a medium pipe? This could have been a large pipe. This needs to be a large pipe. Because we can run two small medium water pipes out of a large water pipe. And this building can support 240 cubic meters, so I need to use all three water pipes to get 50 cubic meter water pipes out of this. I mean, I'm going to limit myself to 2 water pumps at 100 cubic meters just for some safety. But yeah, I think that should definitely be a large water pipe. More houses being recolored. And then I have to redo this one to... No, I guess I could use the other outlet. Sure. Unable to get electronics, 80 people. We're 30 years away now from when the electronics demands will start picking up a lot. Let's see if we can get through it with the loyalty setup without having radios or TVs. Next thing we should be building is the orphanages. And then we would have everything but the rail construction office migrated from the auxiliary settlement, I think. There's nothing from the auxiliary settlement coming in here anymore, I think. We're even pushing highly educated workers to this area now. The only thing it's providing is research capabilities for Party HQ tech. And, well, tech, I guess. It's doing its own food production and distillation of alcohol for export. Nothing of that is making its way to the megacity. And I guess it's, yeah, the orphanages, it does still provide. My god, these houses are very low population. How many free bus stops do I still have placed around? What are they called? Passenger stop? Platform. I have a couple. Sort by sector. Build sector. Auxiliary settlement. That's the proper one. I assume the proper ones are all fine. But let's go through them real quick. This one's fine. Train platform is fine. MegaCity. Yep. Those are all okay. No touristy, I guess. And then we got a couple free stops at southeast entrance for the temporary construction sector. Right next to the fire station, which doesn't really work right now. And then the temporary construction office sector has 3, and the rest is the train platform out in the middle of nowhere, and the bus platform in the middle of nowhere, so everything is fine. Can even see where all the workers are. Hello, Kelly McIlrath. Welcome. All the sewage trucks are now parked, except if they have to go to that lonely fire station. Water trucks are still running, but not for much longer. Next water substation hooked up. And the last one. I think it's the last one for now. Gotta check where we have water substations, I guess. Map overlay is useful for that. Yep, that's all the three. Oh, this one. At the steel mill. That's a medium sewage pipe, I think. Is it? No, it's a small one. It's a small one. Okay, that would be the last water substation then. For now. Which would come around 40 cubic meters already? Sheesh. That excavator is accelerating things so much with the groundworks. I'm so happy. You can hear it in my voice how happy I am. There's that tiniest bit of inflection at the end of it. Yeah, I'll have to work a little bit on the performance of the game. I don't know if the... let me check again. Because I'm dropping to 50 FPS and I can't have that happen yet already. I don't know... shadows? No, shadows have to stay on ultra. Terrain depth, that has to stay on high. Cloud detail I guess doesn't matter as much. I think that helped. Oh, that helped a lot. Wow. No, it's doing some calculation every now and then. That's slowing things down. Let's try it. Guess we have to move to non-moving trees. Those are quite intense. Yeah, I'll suffer a little bit. Let's get the draw distance maybe one further down. That helps too. Yeah, that helps. Building is without water. You know it. Everyone's drinking the water away from you. We're working on it. Only one steel delivery. A couple workers and it'll be done. Maybe they're even sending workers here right now. And that can time... No, not yet. But that could have timed itself with the steel delivery, I guess, because the steel mill is so close. More bricks. Just the bricks. Definitely need another delivery to get both buildings done, but yeah, more housing, more loyal people. Loyalty might be going down, but that's because the auxiliary settlement is not making any loyalty or getting loyal people anymore. It's just existing now. And doing a bit of research. Speaking of research, are we 2/3 of the way there for the second phase of the pollution filters? No, halfway. Hopefully we're going to get it done next year. This area is lacking a little bit on the oomph of the population. 1,500 days and then 2,500 days. Help. Hello, not Slipnip. What's going on? My train refuses to load people. Is there an end station in after the train before it wants to unload? It only loads people if there's no end station on the line between the loading and the unloading station. There's people waiting at the train station, I assume. So does the destination train station have a walking path to where it needs to go? So if you select the other train station and check the footpath, are there workplaces that it can walk to? Does the other train platform have building assignments that need to be removed for which workers should go where? Otherwise the workers will only go to those buildings. And maybe you missed that worker assignment. Have you set the loading command correctly to load the right type of workers or citizens that you want to load? Set the destination to send all people to a bus station. If they need to walk to a bus station, you have to set that, yes. They do not walk from one stop to another stop. They only walk to workplaces. A bus stop is not another workplace. If you want them to also check if there's a bus stop, send them to any building. Use the setting for other buildings, which is this button next to the X. Then they will check bus stops as well. You're welcome. Didn't set that. Should walk to the bus stop. Yeah, happens. It's always something. Worked the first time and was so confused since it didn't work afterwards. Maybe you already had people on the train at that point. Then you set the new destination and they unloaded, they're fine. I don't know. There was a small construction still getting finished. Ah, okay, yeah. That too. The only downside of this setting, walking to any other building, which includes other bus stops, is that the highly educated workers then don't prioritize the buildings with higher education anymore. They go to any other workplace. Even grocers and so on. So this one is a split them up as evenly as possible to any building that's available setting. If that is a problem, you could have a second bus stop from where you just send all the people to that should search for work locally, and then they And that bus stop would not have that setting, and then they would walk to other sites. And if they can't find other sites, they would get unemployed, I guess. That's okay. It's meant to get them to a mine 3 kilometers away from the city. Excellent, yeah. That is how it should be. 3-kilometer bus ride. Wouldn't work with horse carriages. Okay, looks like the students are not older than 30 anymore, which is good. Let them get their education as normal. And if their loyalty is high enough, they can keep studying. We might tighten the loyalty requirements now. 37% highly educated workers. Let's go up to 60. And 50% minimum loyalty. This place for more mines. Always more mines, I guess. Looks like we've used up all steel. Because of the water pipe construction, I would assume. Steel mill is halfway through the wear and tear again if we repair at 20, but we're repairing at 40, we got time. But we... Oh no, you're loading the steel right now. That's why it's struggling. Two more vehicles, well 3, and then you're gonna leave and export for some more cash. These Dixies are so cheap. The workers disappeared. Then they were waiting too long on the train or bus. They can only be on a vehicle for 4 hours. They have a timer, a travel time. The total travel time doesn't matter. It does not care if it goes longer than that, but the time in vehicle is what is getting checked. So in that time, they need to be unloaded at another stop and reloaded, which will reset their travel time inside one vehicle. So if the bus is bringing them 3 kilometers and they are disappearing on the way, you might need another bus stop on the way, where you can force unload them with the transfer unload option and then reload them right away. And that way you can do long distances with buses, for example. Need to make sure that the bus stop is maintained though. Feels like we have very little workers in the steel mill. Yes. Population growth is the important thing right now, because if I run the steel mill at full throughput, everyone's gonna die. We're also researching pollution filters right now. The steel mill is very close to our residential area, 400 meters. They are definitely feeling that during winter. That's why these houses are not always full. You can see workers walking home upset with not having work here. For 4 hours on a bus away from the city, they get off the bus and walk home. Second load of people worked. Maybe they had a traffic jam or something. Okay. Let's check our water consumption. Well, first let's demolish the other water pipe. Currently running 25 cubic meters, so we're at half capacity of the water pipe. $50 cubic meters should be doable, I think. Gotta be careful with that. The dinging of the ambulances has started. Right, ambulance vehicles is something I wanted to get, because that would help keep people alive for longer. because they're gonna get transported to the hospital much faster. I think I have to set up a vehicle storage with a pasture, so we can disassemble the horse carriage and the horse from each other and export them separately, because that would make a lot more money, I think. Still got the power line here. It was a pasture and a vehicle storage, both connected to a loading platform. I gotta see if this is stable now. I think it is, but we're having a bit of trouble with our settlement design being quite susceptible to misconfigurations, let's put it that way. Are you also unloading the mixed waste? Why did you have even mixed waste loaded right now? You're unloading the mixed waste, are you? I have to separate this into two different loading commands? I don't want to, though. It's supposed to load while unloading. Oh, the demolition officer is still dumping into the... I think it's still dumping into the incinerator. Not that one. Nope. There's a tiny bit of construction waste in the incinerator, I don't know why. What does it mean if cargo wagon doesn't have a speed rating in its details? I don't think I've seen the cargo wagon speed details matter at all. I have cargo wagons loaded on my trains with 65 kilometers an hour, and train still runs as much as it can. They're going 90 kilometers an hour over the train tracks because they have a higher speed rating. But yeah, I'm not aware of cargo wagon speed mattering. I think it's a stat that they might have had plans for, but I don't think it materialized. If it does have a feature, a functionality, then I would need to learn about that. But currently I don't know it. Looks like we don't need the other prison for now. The large prison would be a lot more stable, but guess we can leave this one unused for the time being. Looked like a train jam near Oaks Incinerator, unless I saw wrong. Guess we can check. You're right. Wait a minute, what? Oh. Yep, I need to change the signals. That won't do. But that both won't do. Wait a minute. I need another train track here. How long are the trains? 63 meters. thank you. That was important. So they refresh the timers when walking between stations? That too, yeah. They do refresh that too, because more workers disappeared after already at the bus stop. If they disappear at the bus stop, then no one picked them up. They have a 1 hour timer on the bus stop, not a 4 hour timer. You can see the timer when you select them. They only wait for a bit of time. So you will need either more buses or something else. Okay, we'll make a dedicated waiting area for them here. That way they're gonna not use any of the other train track anymore, other than wanting to coal, I guess. That should be enough. Every time passes faster than thought. Some got picked up, but plenty didn't. You can have 2 bus platforms next to each other and make them walk between the platforms back and forth. So you can tell them if they can't find a workplace at the bus stop, no one picks them up, they walk back to the train platform. And then if they, after some time from the train platform, they walk back to the bus platform, and then they walk back and forth until they get picked up by a bus. Hello, Barbados Black Belly. Welcome. Track builder, please. That does mean it could pile up a lot of workers, so make sure you either, if there's too many people waiting there, you pick them up by train and bring them back to the city, or you just have such a large amount of bus capacity that it never happens. So the train will go parking area, incinerator, waiting platform, customs house, waiting area. And that loop is consistent, and if it needs to go out of this loop, it has to go through the coaling to the coaling station on the normal path. But that means it will not occupy any of the regular track where it goes in and then tries to turn around and wants to go to the customs house, but there's already a train there. It will be out of the way. We'll increase bus capacity now. Okay. I guess we're adding a little bit more. The incinerator setup, in theory, we could make run with some foreign workers. It doesn't need the auxiliary settlement. Oh, look at that, it happened again. You both go and wait now. There was a way to make buses run scheduled. We'll set that up with a few more buses. Yeah, you can set up an end station so they run line spacing and don't slow down on the road. I guess we could make this as long as the other track. That's fine. So go all the way into the customs house, huh? Guess because the signal is here, yeah, I can only turn around at the building. Let me know when the last piece of track is done, and we'll set up the trains going into the other siding for waiting, which will hopefully put them out of the way. What does the labor pickup hall do? Will they just wait there longer? It works exactly like a bus stop, except it pulls workers as if it is a workplace. So if you place a bus stop in a settlement, and you have just enough people to fill all of the workplaces in the area, no one goes to the bus stop. But if you build a labor hall, they will just treat it like another workplace, and they will continuously get workers to that building. So it's as if you had a grocer as a bus stop, and it would always request the amount of buildings it has set. So you don't need to do the whole, okay, and this building sends all of its workers to the bus stop, basically. It works automatically. It does require heating and water like a building, but it has some advantages because it always makes sure there's some workers in that stop available for other industries to use. First do all the city buildings, then go to the train station. That's normal bus stop behavior, but the labor hall, they would immediately go to a bus stop, some of them. So it's quite useful. I don't have them set up because I like the micromanagement of the bus stops, I guess. But in some cases it makes sense. I wonder if you can unload prisoners at a labor hall, that would be funny. Which building was that for bus lines? Bus end station under depots. Also works with resource lines. Sure yet. I will get asphalt to where it needs to go. Asphalt plant. Asphalt plant works. Second research on our quest to pollution filters done. Pollution filter prototype, please. 1,500 workdays, and then next year, hopefully the installation, which is going to take all the year. I mean, this is probably not going to get done until February. But let's see how far they get. So your new line, even if you don't accept it, waypoint 5 is going to be replaced with a new waypoint on this siding here. Then it won't be an issue anymore. Oh yeah, you can turn around here too, sure. Customs house, siding for waiting, no. Oh. I actually caught one of the buildings catching fire where I was wondering why it wasn't working. But this time it should, I hope. Yeah. Okay, good. Customs house into the siding on this side. Incineration, this siding, back to the customs house. Yeah, that's how it is supposed to run. Alright, that is working. Finally back over 5,000 citizens. With the change that I think the auxiliary settlement has way fewer workers now. We got 3,000 in MegaCity and only 2,000 in the auxiliary settlement. So it's slowly taking over. Very slowly. Got plenty of room to grow, especially in the area that should be less polluted. We're getting close to that 70% heating limit. Then we have to figure out where to put another heating plant. And how to get the coal to that one. I don't want to go over 70% much, if at all. A single secret police is handling all of this. We can give it some personal cars. I do have personal cars now, instead of horses. Please unload everything. We'll make you wait. Don't load anything right now. There we go, some personal cars for us to choose from. Wait. Some Western vehicles in our secret police, sheesh. I guess horses can't go here. I haven't built a pasture yet. There we go. Guess we are using some personal cars of our own. Not the customs house, cargo train platform. Let's not set Dixie because it loads any vehicle dumped into that storage. That's just for fun, I don't know. Just some personal cars for fun going into the secret police, I guess. They can go 75 kilometers an hour, so they would benefit from not having any snow here. Should have made the station longer. That's an option, but I need to check if they fit into the waiting slot area. After they got out of the incinerator. I mean, if they're not... Wait, what are you doing? Oh, you're waiting for the other waste train. I thought you were the waste train and I was like a little bit confused, but no, that's fine. The waste train doesn't stay parked too long. And since this hasn't backlogged yet, it looks like it's working. Why are you loading... Why do you have mixed waste on board? I don't get it. It's doing something really weird. Unload the mixed waste at the customs house and then load the hazardous waste, I guess. I think it's loading... Oh, that's probably because we mixed the train cars and that it doesn't like that. It loads both for some reason. Not sure why. Not ideal. See the waiting platform in action. Oh, you're still not done unloading the hazardous waste. Okay, I guess the train stuff also doesn't work. I guess I could set one train to only do the hazardous waste, not waiting until unloaded, and one train doing the mixed waste, waiting until loaded. But waiting until loaded would be bad, because then we would have to wait for the city's waste. But that might be a way to do it, I guess. Two different train tasks. Yeah, let's do that. We'll make two different trains. Just change their behavior. One does the hazardous waste, one does the mixed waste, and both don't wait until loaded. And they just run around one after the other. That means one is always empty and one is always full. So you will unload at the customs, but then you won't load at the cargo train platform. No, let's not do it here. It's only supposed to be one train. You will unload once at the customs, don't load the mixed waste. You will not load hazardous waste at the customs, and we will turn off the unloading for the hazardous waste soon. Turn that off for now. I need to set all train cars to be hazardous. I guess I can do that when it's not loaded. I love watching the trains go, autism go brr, yeah. We had happens if a trade is too long. So every wagon that doesn't fit will not get loaded, unloaded? No. They do get loaded. We have a 450-meter long train going to the customs house loading coal, it's fine. A train loads all wagons in the customs house at the same time, and then the same length down the train length. Except for waste trains, I think there's half the length. Or maybe it's always 6 train cars. But waste trains do not load that quickly, yeah. You unload whatever you have into the incinerator and then you don't care. No more unloading at the customs. Talking about train stations and passengers. Oh no. What question will we be facing this time? The 2 long trains. Same for train stations and passengers. They can load. I have in my previous megacity I had a train with a capacity for 2,000 passengers going into, well, the largest train station, but it worked. The train was longer than the platform. Still works. It just loads a little bit slower, I guess. Yeah, let's split up into 2 separate train tasks. One hazardous, one mixed. No more waiting until unloaded. Just constantly run. Wouldn't get clogged up for any reason. And once it is done with unloading the hazardous waste, well, I guess we only really need to reset all the train wagons and then I can load everything with mixed waste. I could do that before too because I wasn't limiting the train cars based on hazardous waste. I guess that'll make it work fine. No pollution filters this year, maybe next year. Sorry guys. Oh yeah, you're still waiting until loaded. That's right. 1 more delivery, 3 more cars, and then we're good. That's the 3 cars I took from the storage to work in the secret police, I guess. They're gonna be super inconspicuous. No one will notice them. 35 kilometers an hour over the footpaths. This is so much more efficient than the horses. Of course it's more efficient. But yeah. We'll keep it that way for now. It's getting close to the 70%. Once we get to 70%, we will have to take a look at the heat water tanks, because they will give us an indication of if we have capacity for expanding. If the heat water tank is more than 70 degrees Celsius when we're at the coldest temperature, it'll be fine. This one's already struggling though. This one's at 70 degrees. It's not drawing a lot of heat. Maybe it's pulling from the wrong building. I guess it's balancing between the 2 heat exchangers. Maybe it's better if it pulls from this one. Nope, doesn't really care. Okay. Seems to be a bit colder in there. Well, everything is hooked up to running water now. Even the steel mill. Got maximum water pressure going into the water pump. Then we got a small water pipe with 1 bar supplying water locally. Max flow at max pressure per day, 26 cubic meters. Yeah, shouldn't need that much. It doesn't have max pressure. 56 cubic meters. I guess water capacity wise we still have half. We'll probably have to finish the houses. These ones are just... they weren't planned to be built. They were just for once we get rid of the temporary construction sector and the clothing factory and the unloading for the citizen goods. We could expand down this way up to the road and also plan for placing our delivery area, which will probably go into the area where currently the horse construction offices are located. Or maybe on this side of the heating plant we could have a delivery location. I'm kind of feeling of making a train yard where trains can go after they have done their task before they go back to where they need to go. If we're having single tracks networks in this area, which we do over here, but every train has its own parking space and no one is getting into each other's way too much. Alright trains, what are you doing? You should also unload the mixed waste, I hope. Might not do that. I'm gonna unload the mixed waste at the customs house, I guess. I want to empty out that train car. Otherwise it can't be used for hazardous waste. And yeah, it'll now cram as much hazardous waste as possible into the incinerator. And then the other train will try and pull out as much mixed waste as possible. If the incinerator is broken because it's undergoing machine replacement, then I'll just keep running in a circle until it's working again. But then the hazardous waste train doesn't block the incinerator, and the mixed waste train can pull out the mixed waste so that when the incinerator can work again, it'll be empty at that point and can start incinerating right away. We should be able to unload the mixed waste actually, because we are keeping up with the hazardous waste unloading, are we not? But if there's still hazardous waste in there, it depends how many workers we have in the building, I guess, at that moment. If the building is empty, it can drop mixed waste in too. But yeah, the mixed waste storage is almost full. And we still got 20 tons of hazardous waste to unload. Probably safer to sell the mixed waste at the border. What does the license for ambulances cost? I would like fast ambulances, but I guess there's only going to be one of the oldest ambulances available. Don't think they'll have slow ones. So the oldest one would be the Rubald C2440, which is I guess the one we're gonna get for 233,000. That'll keep more people alive, I think. Oh, they're also available in different colors. That's not too expensive, sure. Might as well get some licenses now while they're cheap. For the buses, if we wanted to have buses running at some point, it would be the same one. Rubald M2435. It's the oldest one. I wouldn't go any more modern than that at the moment. Concrete mixer would be a nice upgrade. 20 kilometers an hour. Rubald T4065, 3 tons of concrete is our vehicle of choice. Only 70,000 rubles. We can buy licenses for the horse carriages. Covered hull, 20 kilometers, Rubald T4065, obviously, again. Dry bulk, don't think we need that at the moment. Dumper, 4 tons, really good. Felled tree capacity would also be nice to have an upgrade at some point. Probably the T4065 logging from... It's not the oldest one, but it's still pre-1920. Fire trucks, Rubald D2440. Could get a forklift, but they're past 1924. I don't think we're gonna get those. The Communer Combine is now also available for farming. Then we would have sowing by horse plow and harvesting by combine, which they didn't use, I guess. Oil tanker, maybe at some point. I mean, right now it's cheap. Just get it. Open hull, very important. We got a Western personal car. Maybe we'll replace that with Eastern personal cars that are more time appropriate. The Torpedo, 70 kilometers an hour. Yeah, that would be good to have. Police car, Rubald. Prison bus, Rubald. Refrigeration, Rubald. Sewage cistern, we know it. Snowplow, I'll skip on that. Don't worry about snowplows right now. Tower crane, no. Trolley bus, no. Waste truck, Rubald. And water cistern we already have. Okay, that's a bunch of licenses if we need one. Vehicle, we've purchased them now while they're cheap. Relatively cheap. I mean, they were cheaper earlier. I think the price goes up with all the resource costs up. But it's the best we could have gotten it now, I guess. If we wait longer, it'll be more expensive. I am thinking of taking a break. I would like to take a break. I would get some food. I would... Yeah, just... We're gonna keep the stream going, but I'll go take a break. Let's see what train we could follow while this is ongoing. Probably the construction material train. I'll be back in only like maybe 15 minutes. It's gonna be a short food break. 15 to 20 minutes. I'll probably eat while I'm playing, but I will take a little bit of a break and stretch my legs. I'll put you on the construction material train so it doesn't get boring. And I'll make sure I don't run out of money while I'm gone. There. So, I'll drop a save, and I'll be back in a bit. See you then. I'm back, but we're still gonna enjoy the train ride into the city. Want to see what it looks like these days. Should be coming into view momentarily. I mean, I did reduce the view distance, but fairly close. That's what my train system should look like to work correctly. Yeah. Bumpy right. Well, this was built in the beginning. We didn't really flatten much. We just built the train tracks across. This was all built before MegaCity existed. It's very old. You can see my real flat from here. Should have the autism check probably since the game requires it. Well, the viewers don't require it. Just the person playing, right? I'm not putting everything into the tag list that might be of interest. The old temporary construction office area to our right. Now just 4 more free construction offices and that's it. And the train tracks haven't been demolished yet, I guess. There's that too. We're approaching the bridges. Maybe we'll see the coaling station on fire. Nope, I don't think so. I hope not. Get rid of the BRB message in Twitch. No. We're almost at the city. Right-hand turn should bring it into view. Looks better. Kids should close way before the train is there probably, but that would be inefficient. Level crossings are on hard mode, yeah, a bit. Grocer ahead of us, and some housing. We've arrived, we're back in MegaCity. Next to the sewage treatment plant. Coaling station is not on fire.
That would ruin everything. Where do I find train end stations? Under train depots. This one. Well, for early start. For normal game, it's this one. Did know the signs at the train crossing show the direction the train is going? No, it does not. It always shows the same thing. It doesn't change. If you mean the switch arrow. It always shows the same direction. As far as I know. I haven't seen a left arrow yet, I guess. Nothing bad happened while I was getting food. Looks like a longer stream today, since that was my break, I guess. What happened in October? Maybe it was the water missing. Have we run out of housing capacity yet? No, I don't think so. Maybe we'll have to get highly educated people with high loyalty up here too. All of these houses have to hold everyone. And then we can move them into the student hall if we need more loyal people, I guess. Which we could do right now. We're back to 40% higher education. Loyalty 45% is okay. Enough bricks for one more residential building for now. They're not full yet, I guess. I think the heating plant already accounts for the blueprints in the area, so we got a bit more capacity. But I think the next task is the orphanages. I would like to plan with 4. I mean, if we build them here, next to our currently constructed residential area, we could make use of the people with high loyalty. But there's not really any room right now to place them. I guess we could have 2 orphanages around the prison for now. And set them up here with a footpath connection to the new residential area. That could work. These prisoners will be excellent role models. It's a deterrent.
Those personal cars zipping around. Very cool. Means the horse veterinary has to go into a different location if we want to develop this with orphanages. Demolition should be quick. We can assign the excavator. That should not be a problem. We'll relocate the horse veterinary somewhere else. I guess it could go here for now, next to the train depot. Until we change our mind. Once we might want a small train depot to deliver trams to the city, then this would have to move. But I guess for the time being it would do. I've changed my mind. This is not in range of water or sewage right now. I got rid of these water and sewage substations. Let's put the horse veterinary in here until we figure out what else to do with this location. Yep, just dirt is fine. It'll have electricity, water and sewage. Resources will be delivered to it. And the building's storage capacity is sufficient. Means this one's gonna be obsolete very soon. Well, we still need to set it up to load from here to empty it out, I guess. Load. The other option would be to make a dedicated orphanage compound, but I feel like... Yeah, with the housing setup that we currently placed and our lack of heating that we will experience, using the heating right now more efficiently and making sure we get everything relocated from the auxiliary settlement. The orphanage being the second to last thing, and the last one being the rail construction office, and then I think we got everything minus the 2 universities that we wouldn't then be able to use anymore for research. Everything else is just there to run the local settlement. 2 universities. That's it. I guess I do want more orphanages than only 2. Well, we could split them up between high loyalty and low loyalty, but why would I do that? Can a single aggregate belt transport two different materials? Will it sandwich between them? Switch between them. Yes, it will switch between them. You can transport multiple types of resources with conveyor belts and pipes. A pipe can also pump two different liquids. If you have a pump that splits. I mean, it looks like this area is just really well made for this task. We'll line it up with the wall. So about here. I have the tool. I have the terrain tool. Well, the measurement tool. I can line this up perfectly. Let's do a factory run. No trains, only belts and pies. Pies. Let's stagger them. Now we can fit 4 orphanages here. We'll have to give them dedicated water and sewage, apparently. I don't know if we have the workers for this. I mean, this is also high loyalty, right? And there could be more housing. There will be more housing. If the heating gives us the room to do that. So 3 orphanages staggered along this side, and then 1 orphanage on this end, and more housing around the outside. Any complaints about the sewage smell, we will ignore. Okay, footpath can go through here. Definitely no road. Have to wait until the gas station is empty. Maybe a little bit too close. Well, we can have a waste storage there, it'll be fine. If it will probably block the footpath through that place though, and that would kind of be annoying. But we can feed people in through the back as well. They could go work from the back. Maybe I'll line it up more with the school and student hall. Battle rages on with me. One side wants to sleep away my day off like usual, the other side is affected by my new sun lamp and signals my body. It's the middle of the day and not time to sleep. Okay. Well, what should you be doing? And then is it worth it? Okay, let's see. One orphanage should go about here. That one has not been rotated the correct way. This way. I guess that means we could run a road through here. Look at that, easy lining up without the copy-paste tool as well. 6 o'clock, way too early for bed. Okay. If it's 6 o'clock, then yeah, maybe a bit more awake. Nothing bad about going to sleep? I don't know. I mean, depends on what the sleep schedule should be. Sometimes you have to readjust your sleep schedule and it's annoying. We've made it through winter. Pollution should be subsiding. Why is the... Oh no, that's good health, isn't it? Yeah, it's good. It's 80. We had worse before. This is good health. Good. Shouldn't be the one of a cat with 70% of the day being sleep. No, that's probably not good. But if it's always a problem, then there might be some medical treatment that will have to be necessary. Studying sleep patterns and other things. Oxygen levels in the blood and stuff like that, I guess. So efficient. Is it better to send train to load unload to station rather than straight to a warehouse? No, it's the same for warehouse. For waste, it's definitely better to use a waste storage, but they will create a pollution. Quite a lot of pollution. But for train platforms or warehouses, unloading goods that go into covered hull wagons, it's the same. It's also 6 o'clock here. Strange. One more research. Will we have it available this winter? I don't think so, because it's going to take twice as long as the previous one, but we'll see. The houses here are not really filling up. It's interesting. $50 old, yeah, you can like go work somewhere. Get rid of the student hall. Start demolishing stuff. Next one would be probably the train repair station here. Although, I don't know. I don't know if the trains would go to the other repair station, I guess. We could try by turning off trains being disallowed to repair here. And seeing what happens. Don't think they'll go all the way to the MegaCity, but maybe. If that's the case, then yeah, this can continue running with foreign workers, no problem. Only issue would be the fire truck repairs, I guess. But that just means we would need a small repair station for vehicles. So cloth industry? Cloth industry is not a problem because it doesn't shift around that many resources. You'll have to think about that maybe once you do something like grain with a large grain silo and a long train, or ships. But cloth should be fine. But again, a warehouse or a cargo train platform should be identical. Doesn't need electricity either. A warehouse will function without electricity, just for your information. I've never really demolished a city. It's kind of a new experience, just slowly taking the city apart. One more personal car and then export again. Loads of money. Could have another road connection through here. I guess this is quite a bit of distance. If we do want housing on this side, then another grocer would definitely be necessary. Can they get to something else from here? Not really. They would have to be able to get to a bus platform at the very least. Could have a grocer here. It's very close to another one. I mean, the footpath would give us more reach, of course. Loyalty is still hovering at 45. With the auxiliary settlement now draining our loyalty, that sounds good. That means the megacity should be gaining loyalty. 40% higher education, pretty good. How's that number looking? Still increasing. Okay. So we do have running water now, which is good. Excavator does all the work. As it should. One more delivery of bricks and we'll have our new horse veterinary. Let's move these vehicles in closer, so the repair station doesn't have to send anyone out to that destination. This is supposed to be a forested area later on, so right now it can hold some construction vehicles, I guess. There's 2 cranes in here, 1 only, 4 in here. Let's just relocate the cranes for now. And a flatbed. And a dumper. It's the last couple construction vehicles making their way out of here. Oh, how do I get workers here? Just building the building isn't enough. I built a fence in the way. God dang it. Well, that's a thing. Doing a whole... No, we'll do an overpass over the fence. That one is easy to build and also easy to tear down. That one will be fine. There. Workers and walkers. Yep. That one's the easiest way. I mean, the even easier way would have been to tear down a tiny piece of fence and then just build a dirt footpath through here, but no. Let's not do that. The fence must stay. How much steel is this? 2 tons. 5, 8 tons. That's fine. Yeah, the tearing down the fence would have been way quicker. Oh well. I'm tempted about making some ambulance. It would look probably cool having a couple ambulances running back and forth inside the settlement. At higher speeds. How's the pipe demolition? Halfway done. Only 100 tons of construction waste left. Horse carriages do their thing. Maybe one repair station isn't even enough anymore. I think the limiting factor is basically the amount of covered horse wagons we can have in each station. Doesn't require a lot of work, it's just we don't have that many wagons. And they take their time before they get to where they need to be. Another temporary horse veterinary. The other one now needs to be relocated. Might have to set up a dedicated vehicle picking up the resources from the horse veterinary and moving them back where they're supposed to be. Resource storages. And then tear down the building and make room for an orphanage. The 4th orphanage. I'll be able to go to school and university afterwards. Waiting for the fuel station to be emptied out, which is going to take ages. I guess I need a fluid wagon. I think we already have the license. Gets one of those. And then go back to personal cars afterwards. Maybe we can use the measurement tool to line up the where the footpath is supposed to be in the future when we are placing a road connection with the snapping point in place. That would work pretty well, I think. Yeah, why not? I wanted to move the waste storage back further, so the footpath can basically go alongside the building the way it's currently placed, and then have the waste storage attached to that. But we need to get rid of the fuel first. Slightly larger vehicle being produced now. Where's the horse carriage? Being repaired. That makes sense. 46 years of work for you. Not in here, no. Go somewhere else. Not yet. Go somewhere else, I said. It's deactivated. Get out. Why are our citizens not growing? Is it because this city is prospering while the other one is dying? No, this one's not doing too well. It's no below 3,000. I mean, we have come out of the winter, I guess. And the steel mill is picking up pace now, since we have more workers. I'm trying to build up a stockpile of enough steel when the steel mill needs maintenance again. I don't want to consume too much. You will need water, sewage and electricity for yourself. We could pick either sewage switch and water switch off of this path, which would make the most sense, or the one down here. I think this one is probably the best option. I hope they can walk here well enough. That we would have to figure out. No more of these afterwards, thank you. Okay, I think we need to use some horse carriages to empty out these storages. I'm a little bit worried about the end station, not the end station, the distribution office. Having all horse carriages be busy right now. That's a bit worrying. Maybe we need another one. Guess we'll slap down a distribution office. And make sure we don't run out of capacity right now. Because this is way over 50% capacity. This is maybe even at 100% capacity, and that is not good. That could slowly bleed our grocers and shopping centers dry. Or our local fuel supply or other things. Not something we would want. Oh right, the power line test. I forgot about that thing. Right, so okay. Yes. Let's see. Completely forgot about that. Does this need wood? It still wants 0.26 tons of wood, so it's not just not just the power line, but yeah. I would still say this is quite easy to prepare and then build, even with high voltage. But I guess with high voltage you also would have to go through groundworks, so the question is, would that be any different? Okay, well, took a couple hours until I remembered the power line test. Maybe I got distracted by a lot of people dying. Sounds like something that would happen. Check on the research for the pollution filters. We could move some people into this area to try and speed it up for this winter. It's a third of the way done. Or maybe move some people... Wait. Yeah, you're missing staff and professors. I'll just upgrade you to full speed. And we'll see if we have any workers we could drop in your area, like these ones, for example. This house filled pretty well. That ought to do it. Bit of increased research pace. Maybe this year, maybe not. We'll see. $2,500 workdays at 25 workers should be 100 workdays, ideally. But it's going to be more because we're not going to always have 25 workers, and they're not going to be at 100% productivity. This is our tanker. You will go and empty out the gas station in this area. Drop it like in another gas station, like this one. You're transporting 5 tons. The gas station does have more than that, so you'll have to run twice. And on the second trip, we'll tell you to go to a depot. And that's it. Alright, this is done. Has all the materials it needs, except the covered hull carriages, which we will get now. And shut this thing down. That's so many workers. Sheesh. once more. And then on the second trip afterwards, go to the depot again. Destination gas station still has enough capacity, so don't have to wait until loaded, and don't have to really wait until unloaded, but that's fine. That means we can set up the footpath and the waste storage in the area the way it's supposed to, without losing any fuel. And then I should start emptying out this storage. But we are going to wait until we have more covered carriages before I start taking some away from the other distribution office. I'm a little bit still worried about the lack of idling carriages. Let's see if we can put a vehicle depot here. It would be nice having a modern depot that is also available for non-horses. Inside the repair station. 6 vehicles is a bit small. This would be perfect if the power line wasn't in the way, I guess. Would be nice if we get the research this year, before heating starts. Okay, if we get... Nah, it's still too slow. Is it? 10%? Half a month? Might be enough. So, plan for the footpath, or well, the road connection, was to abide by this line. So I wanted to have a waste storage somewhere in this area, where then the road would connect outwards in a straight line and to the road. Close, but not exactly where it should have been. I wonder why. Oh, I should not look at the green graphic, I should look at where my cursor is pointing, I think. That's perfect. Not the whole road, no. Not the whole road. That was too much. Only that piece of road. I only want the left side of the road be demolished. Because now we can move the waste storage as close as we want. As close as we can, rather. And where the road still connects. And then the other connection would be the footpath out of this. And then afterwards we'll have to see what we do with this connection. Footpath going across. I would like the footpath to, I guess, go alongside the prison. So this will have to curve into this setup somewhere. We'll have to see how we hook that up. I basically need to place the 4th orphanage for that. I hear a fire? Not my vehicle factory. 6 fire wagons. Let's go. Is that enough? Two are enough. Okay, sure. Good prioritization, I guess. Thank you. What's going on with the money again? Mixed waste. I did tell you to not wait until unloaded. Stop it. Wait. Wait. Unloaded mixed waste. Why are you on unloaded mixed waste? That's the customs house. No, that's fine. That's fine. But you're not carrying that anymore. Don't wait until unloaded here. So that was wrong. Got it. Even without fire helicopter. Okay, one checkbox was missing. Now it's working correctly again. I mean, it wasn't working correctly before because the checkbox was missing, but still. Half a ton of steel, some boards, that's fine. I can use one of the open hull carriages to move that. We can place a vehicle depot, a free one. And do that real quick. We'll pick up whatever's in the area. Wait until loaded. Transport it here, unloading the boards basically, and then transporting the rest to the steel mill. And you'll do that until you are waiting until loaded. Can only unload bricks and boards here, and in the steel mill we can only unload steel in the adjacent storage and into the steel mill. And then I need a covered hull carriage. Not sure why the concrete isn't getting delivered. Oh, it is getting delivered now. Just took a while, I guess. Looks okay, nothing over 50% really, except some smaller storages. This is all okay. Clothing factory on fire. Lots of fires. Just catching up. Is mechanized farming now possible? It would be, but the vehicles are from 1929 and I don't think that would fit a 19th century settlement. I would probably do farming with my own workforce, except I can use horse plows, I guess, but for harvesting, nothing really. The communal combine is available though, so yes, for harvesting, mechanized equipment is now available. I mean, maybe we'll use it. I'm still not thinking about making a farm though. Another fire, Jesus. How many fires are there now? I feel like the game is probing my settlement to figure out any weakness. Let's put a bit of a cap on the workers in the vehicle production, so our steel storage can pile up. Otherwise we won't have enough material to maintain the steel mill when it is going to be time to do that. Okay, steel on boards are empty. Only thing missing now is crops and fabric. The new distribution office for that is being built. We can get one more covered wagon in here. Do we only have one ice wagon in here too? No, we have two. Wait. Alright, the hospital, yeah, the hospital doesn't have grain, so this distribution office doesn't matter. We can't bring grain to the hospital anyway. Okay, idling horse carriage. We get nothing to do, then empty out that building. Put the resources into the warehouse for the grain and the fabric. I'll try the horse feeder first. How birth control research works. During the research it seems to be increasing your population growth until sometime after it's done, I think. Like, it seems to either that or like once it's done, it gives you a boost to population growth, and you can repeat that after some time again. But the exact behavior, I don't know. I just know that I have a lot more children when I research it. Either during research or after research, I don't know exactly when. Sometime after the research is done, you get a pretty big boost to how many children you have. Specifics, I can't really tell you. I don't know yet. So what is a bright sword exactly? It's a medieval weapon. A broadsword. Might even be older than that classical era. Train heat in hibernating eggs? That makes no sense. The question was yesterday. I'm so confused. Almost ready on the demolition, just getting the crops and the fabric out of here. And then we can tear it down. I don't think that waste storage is needed anymore either. There's nothing really in range. The fire station, okay. Is that the only waste storage you have? Probably. Nope, you have another one. Get rid of that. Was it overpopulated yesterday, or did a bunch of people die? We had 2 death waves. One in the auxiliary settlement. The first one from 5,800 down to 4,500. And then the second one in the MegaCity from 5,100 down to 3,700. And then we repopulated. Although the auxiliary settlement isn't really repopulating that well anymore, since I've taken most of its responsibilities away from it. Completing one more tech in the technical university, and then the next one I guess would be probably alcohol quality improvement. Looks like we might get this year with the amount of workers we sent to this facility. 3/4 done from a third. It's August. We got September and October, and then we kind of need it. Maybe we'll get it before end of October. Comrade Lenin overseeing the coal yard looks beautiful. Thank you. It's mostly for the people like running down the road or walking to work. So when you come through between the houses, well, you see the heating plant, and then to the left, get Lenin watching. If you can even see it from there. But yeah, he's watching over it. New distribution office. We'll get one more refrigerated wagon for you. And then fill this up with 4 covered wagons, 1 refrigerated wagon, copy the tasks. See if that stabilizes things. If we go over 60 workers in this steel mill, we'll have to check out the pollution levels. I would like to research the pollution monitoring station, but it's maybe not required yet if we only have 5,000 citizens. But maybe it's a tech we should get early. Maybe once we have 50,000 people, it's not required anymore. But large shifts in population would be a lot more dramatic, I guess. Instead of building a carpenter and a horse breeder, we built a vehicle factory and made a couple vehicles. I mean, we're using it mostly for money creation with together our steel mill. So I guess it's not all bad. Another fire this year? Sure. Incinerator undergoing building maintenance. All resources have arrived. 10 tons of mixed waste have piled up since then. 15 tons of mixed waste have piled up since then. Yeah, you could see how that goes quickly with the city's waste piling up and then not going anywhere. Now we have 195 tons of external storage before it becomes a problem. And we can double it with the second waste storage. Yeah, resources are fine, and then the workers inside the building will do the maintenance. Good enough. That works well. That barely needed any resources, and the maintenance is done quickly. I'm not sure if I want to do building maintenance at 20%. Seems too early. Especially for residential buildings, they would just get annoyed at constantly having maintenance done on their buildings, I think. I don't think we can fit 2,000 people in this settlement. Oh, another fire. But I think together with the auxiliary settlement it would work. Giving us 7,500 people, not too far away, I guess. If we get rid of the party HQ, everyone in here would become only basic education. Yes. Fourth fire. It's quite hot. No more workers in the hospital right now. Finish pollution filters. 13% left. It's mid of September, we're gonna finish it this year. Maybe even before it gets cold. I guess this is another way to get pretty good efficiency on this building. Because while we're loading the mixed waste, there will still be hazardous waste inside. And then we have one train loading at the customs house, while one train is loading at the incinerator for very long. This might be the better way to run this setup. With only a single line cargo platform. And we should be able to see if this train can go coaling. Or if it'll run out of fuel now. It might run out of fuel. It will run out of fuel. Huh. Well, that's interesting. I'm not sure I can get this train out of here now. Great. We need a path out of this area. I guess the waiting platforms are all in a way where they are not able to see the coaling station, I would assume. Maybe this would work. Good enough. Get this built and we'll see if the train can figure itself out. I don't want to send it into any area outside of that location. Yeah, this should work. Problem with this is again... Wait, it's going back to this waiting platform. I guess that's perfect. That might actually be perfect, because if a train arrives here and it decides to go through the other direction, it's still going to block this area, and no other train can enter. Oh no, no train can enter from this side anyway. Yeah, there's only an exit. I guess a train leaving could go and choose this path. Ah, then we have the same problem again. I guess I need to make this... How do I fix this? I can't prevent another train from entering here, can I? If a train goes to this signal and then can't leave and blocks the customs house, that would be terrible. No, this has to be as long as the other areas, I guess, and then merge into the normal line. We need a second passing track for vehicles leaving the area. I did not want to remove that signal. Yeah, don't go all the way to the megacity to do a turnaround, that is stupid. After the cargo train platform, go in here again. Same thing for you. Okay, we'll have to wait, but then hopefully the coaling train will be able to figure out how to coal. Let me know when this is done, and we'll see if you build past the signal, which you should. And then we check again after the last section of track is done. This turn basically needs to flip around and then figure out where it needs to coal. It's October. Based on our university, the technical university, our research 92.5. It's undergoing maintenance right now, so research is slowed. But the maintenance is almost done. The research will finish this year. Not sure if it'll finish before October ends. After that we can shut off this university. Doesn't need to run outside of research. I had to unload all of your steel because the rail construction is actually doing work. Maybe 3 transportation tasks on the crops and fabric. Okay, distribution office is also helping. It'll finish it faster. What the research do? What does the research? What the research does? It reduces pollution by every industry and building that has a chimney by 15%. I only have Time Master as a mod, nothing else. This is all without mods. The other mods you see in here are for maps. Custom houses for... I think they were called Fox Country or something like that. Some really large maps. They needed weird custom house mods, but otherwise I have nothing. Also no vehicle mods. Why is this one listed as a vehicle mod? Huh. The K&M is a mod. Interesting. That's weird. Or is it because it's favorited? Oh, because it's favorited. That's why it's still showing. Never mind. That was not a mod. I just had it marked as a favorite. Okay. First rail done. Building towards the second one. Good. Incinerator will have to wait a bit. And I'll have to refresh my money. We definitely have to get out of this loan, otherwise we're just going to be spending so much time always refreshing loans and redoing loans, and that's just going to get really tedious as inflation is going to get crazier and crazier. Okay, we're even going to finish it before it gets really cold. Excellent. The heating plants are already running, but the pollution filters will be done installing in 1%, meaning in 2 days, I think, or 1 day? No, 2 days. October 15th or 16th is going to be when pollution filters will be active. And the pollution gets reduced by 15%. Alright, shut the university down. Thank you. Done. So the last thing at some point we have to relocate is the rail construction, and then the whole settlement, minus the waste incineration, is obsolete. Everything here could basically just fall apart and we wouldn't really care too much. One thing I guess I would have to relocate is the waste handling, because we're still picking up construction waste and moving it to the other area. I mean, no fuel. It's a little bit close to the to that building, isn't it? I don't know if I'm not sure if the refueling is going to work. Turn around. Right. Stop. Yeah, now it works. Okay. Now you should be able to refuel on your own. I'll keep the signal here, so in case some other train enters, you can enter way earlier. You just... Wow, okay, sure. Snuck in very quickly. This could lead to issues with trains leaving the area, but we'll see. Basically 2 passing tracks for exit now. This is gonna be a normal one. This is gonna be a, well, a weird one. I think all of them want to go this way now. That would be a problem. This is only allows trains going out of here. There we go. Let's see if that works better. I definitely don't want another train entering on that side. Otherwise that would be a bit of a disaster. 2 trains waiting here now. We'll check on it soon. Let's see the difference when winter hits. If the life expectancy is going to be much different once we come out of March next year. If it results in a 15% improved life expectancy, I'm all for it. That would push up 50 years to 55 years, plus another 2.5, so 57.5 years. I'm not sure exactly how it will balance out, but I hope it does well. Okay, you're gonna go to the depot afterwards. I'm gonna have this loading task removed, and this building will be demolished. We need to fit a 4th orphanage here and then hook it up with footpaths around the residential building leading into this block. And see that most of the buildings should be connected. It's quite far to walk, but we're not expecting the orphanages to work much past them being over 50% capacity. They're too unreliable for that. Similar to prisons, I guess. %44 loyalty. I think our loyalty here is fine. I mean, I accept a lot of people with low loyalty, but the sector that is supposed to be high loyalty is high loyalty. They should be able to run an orphanage or 4. Bulldozer, demolition work. Sorry, excavator, not bulldozer. Waste train loading for 100% takes a while. But it happens less often now, I guess. So now this is a waiting line for leaving the area, plus a waiting line for returning to the customs house for the trains inside the incinerator. It's like a split functionality area. How are the horse carriages doing? They've arrived and they're not stressed out anymore. Good. We won't export mechanical components because that puts more drain on our steel, and I need to fill the stockpile up. Get enough bricks. Get one more house done. We'll build them one after the other now. Groundwork can't be done by the excavator right now because that one's tearing a building apart. But afterwards it can. The problem with the waste train now importing a large amount is, I guess, that the price will drop as it's importing. But then it'll also recover while it's waiting until unloaded at the incinerator. So maybe it'll be better than a split 2-train solution. Right, back to the construction office for you. Excellent work. We could also build some distribution offices on this side that pushes the waste to the incinerator slash to the customs house. Or we could set up a proper setup at the southeast temporary construction office sector that will handle waste from demolition work appropriately. Because I can't dump it into the waste incineration from our city's waste storage. That would be a bit of a problem. Might be a large amount of volume going into that waste storage and then overfilling it. City's waste doesn't get incinerated anymore, and we've seen what happens. Well, we've seen what happens at the beginning. Do personal vehicles boost loyalty just by owning them? I have not seen personal vehicles boost loyalty by owning them, nor by driving them. I'm not sure when they boost loyalty. Maybe my loyalty was too high. I thought they would be useful for boosting loyalty past 80% or so, but I did not see that effect. Did not give it a huge amount of testing, but it was part of the loyalty science time test stream I did. And it didn't seem to matter. This looks promising. I'm interested to see how it will behave. If we can bring up the steel mill to 100 workers regularly, that would be pretty good. Or just run it at, well, 10% and make a decent amount of steel per year. This only costs 13 tons of steel, but a lot of bricks. But we can build 2 of them with the bricks we have stored. For building footpaths, I always recommend building the straight paths first. Because manually trying to get the curve in the way it's supposed to be is a lot harder, and just connecting two straight pieces is very easy in this game. You can change the angle with the mouse wheel. If you have a very sharp angle, you can also hold control to make it a double angle, and then figure out what you want from that. How to make a double angle? By connecting two straight pieces and making it a very sharp angle with the mouse wheel, then holding control. That'll flip it from a single corner to a double corner. So instead of the corner at the connection, it'll put the corner at the not at the connection, at the furthest reach. It will put the corners at the closest 2 points, and then you can use mouse wheel with both to try and adjust things you want. Always start from two straight roads or footpaths, and the control key is your friend. If you have a very sharp angle, like this one, it normally starts with two corners by default, and then the control key will do the opposite. It'll make it one. Which means you can extend a straight footpath you have a lot further with a straight line, and then change it here however you want. Maybe a slightly shallower angle, or put it back the way it was. The control key is very useful, because it'll force either a double corner, or it'll force a straight line when you already have a very sharp angle. So if you do something like, I don't know how far this is gonna go. How far are we gonna go, game? Pretty far. So yeah, you can make really long straight lines this way. If there's enough room, of course. There's also a way how I can extend a footpath or road to go perfectly straight from an existing road by just putting another one slightly at an angle and then holding the control key while connecting them. I'll extend the road very long in a straight line, and then I just cut it off where I want it and continue from there. Yeah, I guess this works. Hazardous waste. Yep, gotta transport it all the way to the auxiliary settlement. I don't have hazardous waste handling here yet for demolition waste, I guess. I'll put some more waste trucks onto the demolition office so it goes a little bit faster. Oh wow, life expectancy now at 70. That's pretty good. For the fact that we're running the heating plant at double capacity from previously, from 25 to now over 60 sometimes. Steel mill is still 5% capacity pretty much. Less than that even. But yeah, we gotta wait until March until we can make any conclusions from this. Let's check how it's looking in the graph right now. Started from less health this time. How far is it gonna drop compared to previous year, which was a pretty good year? Probably because we had fewer people in the steel mill and other production facilities weren't running that much. We can either transfer this gained health into more production, or we can gain it transfer it into more population. Once we have the extra orphanages running, these will basically give us some additional population growth each year that we can throw into production, closer to the production facilities. And then throughout non-winter time, they would help us populate some of the newer areas of the settlement. Let's get the last building here too. While the demolition is ongoing, I'm glad they can park 3 vehicles here and load it at the same time. I should set up the waste truck is busy though. This one would load waste a lot faster. Guess we gotta wait. All of the waste demolition offices are assigned. It's high priority. The plumbing is not high priority. It's almost done though. This one is high priority and this one too. This is the small pipe, well the medium pipe for the water transfer to the water pump that I built undersized. $470,000 rubles for the vehicles. I'm going to look something up. Okay. Never mind. So next up we would like to reduce the alcohol effect very much. And I still need the cableway cars. Maybe the alcohol has to wait. If this is fine right now, maybe the next research is going to be cableway cars so we can have a proper construction office sector further away from the city, opening up this area for development. That would require another heating plant, I'm pretty sure, because I think us building up to the coastline would consume our last heating capacity. And then it would probably even be insufficient in the amount that it would provide. How's lifespan? Better than last year so far. Still got people in the auxiliary city? Yes. Most functionalities have been removed, except for the rail construction and some waste removal from this area, but only demolition waste basically. Nothing urgent. So the last task would be to relocate the rail construction office. That would be the last task for the auxiliary settlement. Everything else we could do locally. I think we could build it here, next to the... There's a hospital though. I wanted to have a lot of housing next to the hospital. But the idea was to have it somewhere close to the residential area, with a small repair station that can maintain the technical services as well as the rail construction office, I guess. I can't really place it in this location, although maybe I could have. The power line is basically in the way. No, we couldn't have placed it next to the repair station anyway. Maybe on this end. If we weren't using this for vehicle storage, it could have been here. Alternatively, I don't want to use highly loyal workers for this though. Yeah, I guess I would build it here then, somewhere nearby, with a vehicle repair station. I don't know if the horse carriages in here wouldn't get repairs anymore if a vehicle repair station was built. And it would claim the buildings for itself, if this would prevent repairs from happening for the horse carriages inside that building. But yeah, repair station, shared warehouse, I guess. Don't really need electronic components in the rail construction office. But we could have a shared steel storage, I guess. I would like to have a steel storage just so we don't overfill the rail construction office. It can then output excess steel back into the storage if it needs to. We could also build a really small rail construction office and then get annoyed at how little material it can carry from that. But it would be very quick to build. And it would easily allow us to relocate the current vehicle to the new area. I basically want to start demolishing stuff. The temporary construction office sector rail line needs to all get removed. You need to go back into the train depot, I guess, because they're not being used right now. But you're also at 0% wear, so it'll be fine. No more bricks for you at all. Well, you're not getting any materials anymore. Other alternative would be rail construction office on this side of the settlement. Scratch the housing, remove the monument. Once we find a replacement shopping center, we could then place the rail construction office here and feed it into the waiting area for the steel mill setup. Don't like that idea that much. I mean, if we build it here, it would also feed into the waiting area, but through the steel mill mostly. Building it directly attached to the steel mill could also work, but then we would need a way to transfer workers to it. Plus I would like to leave this area for the train construction, building actual locomotives. But yeah, I guess this would work. I wouldn't be too upset if it was here. It has access to at least one building. Plus, maybe the bus stop? No. Unfortunately not the bus stop at the moment. Not enough room for a footpath here. Could have a underpass, a tunnel off of the existing one. Not sure if that would put these houses in range. 400 something meters. Yep, it would. And then the bus stop would also be in range, I think. If we shift it back a little bit or build the underpass exit on the other side here. That would probably bring workers to the area. Will also be a nice little place what we could drop off in here. And then maybe another connection if we need one, but for the basics, this would connect the bus stop. That is used for the rail construction workers and the fire station and the incinerator. Also for the the steel mill and the fire station and the incinerator, also for the rail construction. And then train-wise, this would connect over the gravel road into this track. But I would need a way for it to turn around back into itself. So it needs to curve around and then also curve onto the track. And then we could do rail construction in this area. And the storages I would have to think about later. But we would have... Did I leave enough room for the storages? This time we got factory connections and aggregate storages on this side. I guess that will work. If we have a direct factory, a direct connection here, what would we use? Would a conveyor engine deal with this? As an overflow, whenever it wants to unload, it goes into the conveyor, and it can output the excess somewhere else, so it doesn't pile up excess amounts of resources. But then it would just continuously loop the resources inside the building. That would also be a nightmare. It should be a passive connection at that point, and I guess we would use one of these storages then, with both directions being connected. And then have a construction material storage for the same thing, and have the ability for a train to run this way into the material storages. Pick up steel, already have boards loaded, reverse in here, unload, and then exit through the steel mill again, I guess would be a way to do it. Fire station nearby is probably in range well enough. Materials connection through this way. Not a huge fan of the direct connection to the road, but this way we have the factory connections and the conveyor connection out the back, which is I guess the safest. Really save space, no, do not curve at all, just run the track through the building, in and out. Well, I guess we could have one track try to make its way through here. Over the road. That might be a possibility. It's just, we would have to demolish a fence, I guess. Yeah, that would also work. So incoming connections on this side. Outer waiting area. And then outgoing into the steel mill setup. And maybe we can have the materials then arrive through this way, although that would be pretty awkward, I think. But yeah, maybe that'll work. That looks pretty promising. Means I don't think I'll be able to have this fence. Which I guess I'm fine with. It was mostly meant for the residential area anyway. I could build it first and then try to demolish the correct part, but we'll probably be tearing down a bunch of fencing anyway. Just give me enough space. I need to hook it up again so we can demolish the fence, because I don't have a permanent fence gate planned here. Just hook it up somewhere, pause this construction. Nothing of this needs to get built. And then hook it up with a footpath, and the demolition office will be able to assign itself to this at some point. All this doesn't need to be finished. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. There's no train ever parked on this track. If it's going into the rail construction office, it's gonna stay in there. We could have a train track curve out on this side though, so in theory we could bring the resource trains through this way. Not sure if I like that idea, but it is technically possible. We might have our aggregate storage hooked up on this side with a simple road connection. One going out and one going in. That would give us access to have gravel here. The road could even go around, because we would need an unloading station. Train aggregate unloading. That fence makes a lot of sound. conveyors lied to me. It cannot connect here, even though it showed it. I'm very wary about this now these days. It's probably too close still. Let's try here. That worked. But now the road is too close. Still gonna work. Too sharp of a turn. I'm gonna try and move it slightly further away from the building. See if it still connects properly. Excellent. Precision building here. Doesn't have electricity, but we'll just have to connect it. And then a connection for resources. In this case, it would be a storage with a rail connection, I think. And then both of these would go through the same train track into a rail line going into the steel mill, basically. Again, the control key. We should probably run it into this area before the chain signal, because then we can choose where it goes. Whichever track is free. Ideally, I would like a corner here, though. A material delivery... Well, the material delivery train, steel mill, load whatever, and then return back out and go in here. Yeah, no, it can all connect in here. The other train would turn around inside the steel mill. That would be fine. Electricity shouldn't be a problem. The road connection on this end should be fine too. Waste storage is not needed, I don't think. It gets all dumped into the rail construction office. No, it doesn't. No, it does store externally, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Oh yeah, it has a small mixed waste storage outside. So we do have to worry about waste storage. Just citizen waste though. A little bit unfortunate how this storage is connected. I think I'm going to try and get the road connection on the other side, then build a curved road around the rail construction office. The other thing that is a problem is the fire safety of that, but the construction trains don't move that often, so that should be fine. But yeah, that way I would get the building a little bit out of the way. If we build it like this somehow. That should line up with the rail line on the building. Be about straight. Tiny bit too much. Still. It's always like right on the road. Well, I guess we can make it slightly shallower. Then we can also start earlier. So somewhere like here. Want to maybe do it? Nope, still the same thing. Let's try this one first. And we would need 2 rail lines, and ideally the road would be far forward enough so the construction train wouldn't block the road, I guess. So we need 2 signals here, is what I'm saying. We'll have to build the other loop first. Also too sharp of a turn. Okay, then we'll build a tiny bit of a straight section and then start off of that with the signals. There. We can start off of this too. The road can be any point here after that. Again, still? Anything I'm missing right now while I'm engrossed in building stuff? Well, it's March. How did the pollution go, for example? Health dropped a little bit more than normal. Life expectancy is 55, which is not terrible for our purposes. But we weren't at 50 workers in the steel mill, I don't think. Did get a bunch of steel though, which is good. Okay, what I need to have is a sharp train track corner. So I can't do this smooth corner because the other one can't be connecting at a better angle. It needs to be somewhat shallow, like that. And then it will be able to connect on the straight part when the corner ends. It's a little bit far away, but that will work. Wait, we only need one train track here. What am I doing? We already have an entrance. At least planned. Fire. Again. Let me know when the fence has been demolished. Yeah, I only need one train track. Single train track line again. Okay, no, that's a lot easier. Should have a signal though. Road after the signal. Something like that. Train arrives, unloads construction materials, unloads gravel. Could be the same train again. Can we clean this up a bit? It's a bit wobbly, but do I care too much? It's a construction sector, should be fine. This needs to be double chain. This needs to be chain regular. You're only allowed to enter if this purple block is clear, the orange block is clear, and one of these three is clear. Only then can a train drive past. If the other train is already on the, well, reverse trip, it's not allowed to move. Or if there's three trains already waiting here, and one of them wants to turn around. This is only two ways because for construction purposes. I guess we're gonna have our rail construction sector here. Only thing missing is power for the unloading. That would be it. And maybe a fire station, but I don't know. Nothing has ever burned down for us, ever. So I don't know if we need one. We're invincible. Yeah, I guess it's fine. So, power. Really doesn't like the heating pipes, I guess. That's not really a heating pipe in the way though, that's something else. Oh, because it's on top of the heating pipe. No, that's still the issue. Not sure if we could... I mean, if I drag it across the heating pipe, I had it previously where it was successfully connecting through here. There we go, and now there we go. Got it. Fence demolition finished. Guess it's worth checking to see if this connection also works, and yeah, that'll do. No train parked here. It's always just a construction vehicle running through and entering the rail construction office, no problem. We only have one rail construction train, so it should be a minor interruption. If I do want a fire station nearby, I don't know where I would put it. Do I need one? Probably not. Will the road from the storage mess up with the factory connection, or am I getting ahead of things? No, you are definitely right. I did not think about the factory connection anymore. You are correct. That was not taken into account. I have to turn it the other way again. You're correct. That's why I shouldn't not place the factory connection, I guess. Because then I'll forget. Thank you for that. Come on, signal. I mean, this road connection is fine, we just need to make sure the train track can go around too. This has a much wider corner anyway. That looks good, I think. And then fire station access would come from the left, so that's where we should curve the road to, I guess. Okay, I think now it's right. We'll put the power line connection over here then. That would be power. Water and sewage are taken care of, and power for the construction office too. It's only that the unloading stations here do not have power. The arrival trains would then have to try and load, or like, well, they unload first and then load some amount of material, so there should be capacity in this building basically. Okay, I think we got it this time. We could move the power connection a little bit further away, but if we set up another power connection nearby for the houses later on, then we can get rid of this power line and just extend the power line to another substation. The aggregate unloading wouldn't function for a brief moment, but that's not really a big deal either. For now, at least it would work, I think. We'll have one designated construction material train, the one that's already running around, unloading into here. We can define which materials are used. At some point we can switch over to prefab panels. But yeah, I think that's it. Only the fire safety is a bit questionable, but the rail construction office is pretty close and shouldn't be a problem. Other buildings, I guess we'll see. Get everything built, building-wise, and then we'll set up the rail construction. I guess we can build the rail construction already. Set up the rail construction already, I mean. At least into the first lines. Maybe not. Maybe not what? I've said a lot of things. I don't know what that refers to. Fire safety? Probably not now. I think it's gonna be fine, but it could be bad. And if it's bad, then we'll have to set up another fire station, I guess. Or whatever you're about to set on fire now. I don't want to set anything on fire, I'm just wondering if there could be an issue with fire safety in the area, since we're building our local rail construction area now. Build a Lenin statue? Maybe. I'll have to see how it looks once it's done. First we get the functionality down, then Lenin can take credit afterwards. Is there any problem at the border? Nope. It's working. Iron was so cheap compared to everything else. But it's rising in price again, yeah. Coal, not that expensive. US dollar wise, it's very cheap, below 10 US dollars, and the ruble price is just inflation. Iron price is more than double that of coal ore. Yeah, it's not too bad. Put Lenin in the gap inside the train thing. We'll see. I need to see how it looks like once it's done. We can put a Lenin down, yeah. I'm not gonna build a Lenin before the whole structure is done. I'll build it soon. Probably here. Looking great, thank you. I hope it works out and it doesn't burn down, but we'll see. We'll have to pick up as many materials as possible from the other rail construction office and get them into this one. Which might be something for the distribution office with the horse carriages to do, because I don't think I can pull them out with our resource transportation line, I guess. Then the line doesn't need to go to the auxiliary settlement anymore. No, it does have to, because of the meat. Or I guess we could set up the import of meat by horse carriage from the customs house. Or we can just go over there and unload meat and then go to the MegaCity. That's fine too. Okay, demolition here is also done. Meantime, we found another construction project for the rail construction office, I guess. I would like for you to line up with the building wall. More or less. What are you complaining about? The footpath, okay. Well, thankfully we have to be somewhere here, so it will be fine. Is that too close to the prison? I guess we were already as close as we could be. Let's make sure we pay attention to that. We can look at the footpath connections instead, if they do show up, but it prefers road connections. This would work. And it also connects past the building. Will I be able to get a footpath connection through here into the road? That close? Unlikely. You know what? We'll probably just build more housing here and put another orphanage on this side if we need one. 3 orphanages for now. That's gonna be easier to set up. Not really a good footpath to reach everything. That looks better. Pretty good. I mean, the problem with all of this is that they live relatively far away from the orphanages, which means that the walking distance is going to be an issue again, but it always has been, so I don't think that's going to make any difference. I mean, it covers 2, 4, 6 houses. I guess I don't have to worry about that again, just go back home, build the other track, it's fine. The other track you can enter and leave again. It's set up for you to be able to reverse and not get blocked. This one I didn't care about, I didn't flip the signal around. Sorry about that. So, yeah, footpath is pretty good. And that's the furthest away orphanage also. The other one is closer. Can reach more, all but one house in that area. And this one is a little bit further away again. I think that's pretty good. I mean, we could also set up footpath exits at the side of each orphanage. Just in between the buildings, just footpath exit. And then hook up into the building. That doesn't seem too terrible. But it's too closely built, I think, to have a footpath go through here. I think I like the way it is right now. So this residential block will then work in these orphanages if they have enough loyalty and they want to. after the rail construction sector is set up, we can build these. And then we have the rail construction relocated and the orphanages. And that would be it for the auxiliary settlement, I think. Then we would be on our own, and if something goes wrong, oh boy. Wouldn't that be fun? Rail construction office is low priority. We need that building the last one, as the last one, I guess. You're done demolishing? Is the sewage pipe done? Not quite. Go help with that one. And yeah, we will be able to set more houses up here. Just we can have a footpath go through this and line up more houses. Done. Maybe another grocer. Seems to be fine now with the grocers though. So probably just build another grocer and be done with it. I haven't looked at the technical service in a while to see if every building is connected to a waste storage, water and sewage handling. So the water pump and the water treatment plant are highlighted in green. They're fine. The sewage treatment plant, I don't know. That one has a larger internal storage. That one's fine. That one's only highlighting because it doesn't have a sewage connection because it can't have one. So that one is basically putting the sewage into itself, so it doesn't care. But everything else has a storage. Everything else looks to be okay. Except the fire station over here. That one doesn't. We'll build that waste storage and hook it up to it. Out of chemicals in the MegaCity 19 center. That is critical. What's going on with the train? Because the water is reliant on chemicals. You're heading here right now, but I think the chemical transportation is not enough anymore. Maybe it is, maybe it just... I'll have to pay attention to it. No, it is not enough. Otherwise, it would be full. 24 tons. So, in this case, alcohol is still fine. Alcohol is like the early warning system that doesn't affect too much. 20% alcohol, 80% chemicals. Couple footpath tunnels should be fine. Yeah, I think. Won't really look that well if we are setting up houses behind it, but I guess for the current residents it'll work. I'll also provide some extra loyalty for the workers in the steel mill. We're now up to 40 workers again. Looks like the auxiliary settlement is repopulating because the megacity has enough population capacity to now reverse populate our initial settlement. What are you all building? The flat. Okay. Didn't feel like you were doing that, but I guess you are. Oh, you're not doing that because you got stuck. They're not happy with this layout. Not happy at all. Maybe because an ambulance was moving through here. Or a secret police vehicle. I also need to build up the other hospital. Now that our population count is higher. I'm pretty happy with the effect that it seemed to have had on the pollution. Instead of minus 1.5, it's now minus 1.3, it looks like. Should make it easier for our systems to hopefully counter the pollution. So the rail construction office's first task will be to do demolition work, because I would like to get rid of the train tracks on the free temporary construction sector. And after that we would try and bring in more resources. I mean, we will already set up the distribution offices to bring the resources from the current construction office to this one. Or we'll just export them. I guess that would be the easiest. Okay, that one is exit for rail construction. Entrance on this side. We could also put the entrance here. The rail construction vehicle could also just run into this area, turn around and enter from that side. But I think this will work fine. Everything construction office wise has moved. I haven't assigned construction offices in a while with the CO assignment tool. So we're 3 tons less pollution in the heating plant now. On max throughput. A heating crisis would be deadly, very deadly. It would ruin our loyalty, it would ruin the majority of our population. Because we only have 1 heating plant right now. I feel like if we have an area with just a large heating plant, it could be in the middle of a residential area. The steel mill and the heating plant is already a lot of pollution. The steel mill was running at 10% throughput, which is another 4 tons of pollution. And the city wasn't dying horribly. We got a little bit extra pollution from the vehicle production line, which is currently trying to undergo maintenance. We have one construction office assigned to only do maintenance, and that one is not doing anything. Mechanical and electronic components need to give me a warning, please, if they run out. So you're assigned to the vehicle production line. We need steel, not mechanical components. Why are you assigned to all these flats? I guess you're still doing buildings. Should only do maintenance, really. Got a bit of chemicals. Where's the chemical train? There it is. Chemicals is critical. I don't have like a support warehouse where I can store some excess materials to help with a shortage. I should probably set that up. So for the vehicle repairs, we definitely don't need that much. If we put 10% chemicals in here, I can reduce, or 15%. We can reduce all of these by 5%. It's only 6 tons. I mean, it's a small warehouse, what do I expect? I could make a dedicated warehouse for this. Or just get rid of the plastic, because we don't need the plastic right now. $14 tons, sounds good. We've got enough chemicals in the sewage treatment plant and water treatment plant. We'll have to wait until the warehouse itself starts filling up again, and we'll put some safety, like buffer, inside the warehouse for the repair station. Hopefully it'll fill up now. Over time. 17 tons of food. Needs to wait twice as long. Wait, the excavator is doing the tunneling? Wow, okay. Right. Cool. So, with an excavator, footpath tunnels are really quick now too. Workers from the area in front of the prison wouldn't need a tunnel to get into the site of the orphanages to work there. Yeah, YouTube mutes your... Oh no, this did take away the looping. Let's try a different playlist again. Which one? Free groovy cyberpunk dark synth. I have no idea if this is too much or not. We're gonna try it at least a little bit and see if it's fine. Picture makes me think it's gonna be a bit too harsh for this, and I will switch off of it if it is. Might be too quiet to listen to anyway, but we'll see. Don't want it to be loud. So far we're good. Very good. Long stream today. We're approaching 10 hours. I'm not feeling tired yet. Man, we're doing a lot of construction. Fabric and chemicals and iron. Chemicals is just citizen consumption. Fabric is for profit. 1.2 million for clothing. Iron is for local steel production, so we don't have to import it. Can someone deliver steel here so the vehicle production can continue? Thank you. You really ought to just do maintenance. I look at the coal storage and it catches fire. All of these vehicles are basically obsolete, except for when we set up something new or something goes horribly wrong. But the waste trucks would make more sense in this. Centralizing our waste handling. I should set up some vehicle depot, a proper vehicle depot at some point, close to our repair station. But I built the repair station in an area where I can't put anything else anymore. said I didn't feel tired, and now, well, here it is. But anyway, we'll keep going for a bit longer. After all of this is done, one more rail construction will hook up the aggregate unloading for later. And that's all the rail construction we need to do right now. Once the factory connection to the aggregate storage and the open house storage is done, we should be able to unload excess materials into those storages if we need to. Bit harsh with the song, but I guess it'll keep me awake for now. Get the rail construction office set up. Can't really deliver coal to it, I guess. So I'll have to have a distribution of coal into the rail construction office. Since I wanted the aggregate storage to be here for the gravel. But that's fine, it doesn't consume coal that quickly anyway. Simple distribution office can pick up coal from one of these storages and... well, from the steel storage and move it into the rail construction. The water supply... from a water well. Back to the rail construction without chemical consumption. Okay, if this keeps going, we might have to change the song. I like it, but it might be too much for the stream as a chill vibe song. Oh no, this is fine, I think. That is okay. So where do we draw the water pipe through? I could hook it up to this and it would use clean water, which makes sense for trains. In real life they would not run on filthy water like in the game. They would definitely need water purification. Make sure the engines are taken care of. But if we want to no, we don't want to min-max that much. Well, if we do want to min-max, we just have to go to the water pump. I'm fine with min-maxing, that's fine. We'll just draw a water pipe over there. Along the sewage pipe. Past this building. There's a lot of horses screaming. Oh no, what's going on? What's going on here? What the hell? I guess it's all the construction vehicles? Trying to do a left-hand turn, huh? Against the city supply vehicles. Yeah, I guess that is a thing. I was just wondering why there was such a large amount of noise being produced by horses. Okay, there's our water pipe for the water supply for the trains. Just bring it through here, I guess, and then connect it on this side. The horses are screaming. Yep, you just make the air a little bit cleaner and they go crazy. It's ridiculous. Shame about that connection not working, I guess, but what can you do? There's a... well, I guess if it would work if I go a little bit lower, that would probably help. We disconnect ourselves from the... 2 clicks is a bit much. Isn't 1 click enough? Has to be 2 clicks. I guess, sure. Not sure why, but I guess. I mean, I know why. Each building is a square, and the lowest point at the other side mandates it. Interesting that we got the other the other water pipes going right past it. Lucky us. I mean, I can also go diagonally in front of it without that whole weird corner. In real life they would have drilled the pipes right through the tunnel ceiling, yeah. And with road tunnels you can do that, if you're sneaky. But here it doesn't really work that well. There. That's the water supply for the rail construction office, and coal will be handled by a distribution office from our coal supply for the steel mill. That's a traffic jam. So leading to any problems? Not yet. Oh god. That's not what I want to see. That is not what I want to see. Might be because of the construction, but that's not good. Oh, why are you saying you're not too far away? Oh, because the... wait. Because the waste storage doesn't count yet, I guess. Might be okay. Let's test it. It would maybe be okay? Yeah, it would be okay. Should be okay. Looks like the sewage pipe demolition is finally done. How's our power consumption? That's the other... 1.2. Limit is 4. At 3 megawatts we have to definitely have a power plant. Oh, left-hand cornering. Is this line even that important? I don't think so. The other one is much more important. What is your main source of income currently on this save? We're doing hazardous waste incineration and we're doing vehicle production. Export-wise, clothing for 22.7 million recently. A little bit of steel export, but I've stopped that in favor of vehicle production. Resource import, we made money for 42 million with hazardous waste since the start of the game. Inflation is just keeping that nice and, well, profitable. And recently we also started with vehicle exports for 6.6 million rubles, which is okay. I'm trying to get rid of all the debt so we don't have to manage loans anymore, but the game doesn't want me to. I hope after this construction we can make a little bit more money, save a little bit, hang a little bit on. I did a massive amount of construction already. But there's always more to build. Well, construction and orphanages are the last buildings I need in the settlement to make it self-sufficient, I think. Self-sufficient in the sense that we don't have to rely on the auxiliary settlement anymore, not that we're completely self-sufficient. That we are not by a long shot. Okay, I think you're done with the rail construction, right? I think so. Dumpers will go in here. Forcing them to carry gravel is gonna be a pain. Gravel and coal to the new rail construction office or anywhere else right now that needs it. Could export it. And then we have open hull and fluids, and you need to probably get a couple more vehicles to actually help with the removal of these resources. We just want to empty this out, save all the materials that we can. I guess the settlement's also now doing better with less pollution from heating with the pollution filters. Not sure if we're gonna get to 7,500 citizens with what we have right now. I doubt it. But I guess we could turn on this house for low loyalty citizens. Do we still have enough room for people with high loyalty? Yes. Definitely. But yeah, not really focusing on making money too much. I don't want to make a large amount of money. I would like to be neutral, ideally. Oh my god, this song is too much. This song is way too much. How do I get into... This one doesn't have any playlist buttons yet. No timestamps. I guess we'll have to go through it, see if it gets better, more calm, but I don't know. That wasn't too bad. Unless it restarts. Don't scare me with the chemicals that much. Well, the train arrived here earlier, before the warning triggered again, so it's slowly filling up. But I don't think it's enough yet. I think what we're going to do is we're going to change one of the train cars to be all chemicals. Then we'll drop some alcohol in on one of the fabric train cars. 50%. Nope, this is too much. Skipping that one. If it happens again, I'll switch soundtrack. Let me try and running this incinerator with only 2 workers. I think it's better to run at a low consistent throughput than at a sharp high throughput. Okay, no, that's too much. Looking for a different playlist again. What could we get? One I haven't listened to. I don't want a horror one. Maybe this one. Oh yeah, we already had that one. That's cool. I like that one. I also like the other one, but not for stream. Let me know when the open storage is done, and then we can hook up the other rail construction. And once that one is done, we'll relocate the rail construction vehicle to the rail construction office on that site and start with the demolition work. Up the amount of vehicle producing workers here a bit. 50% more. I think our steel storage is now to the point where I would say, yep, let's do that. I wonder if the vehicle production at some point will become, like, not sustainable. I don't think it does, but it's a really good production chain. It has interesting logistical elements where you need to either make the raw resources yourself or import them, and then just export large quantities of vehicles to the border. Steel price at 1.5 million US dollars. Maybe I do need to export some steel. don't know if you would load steel now. If I told you to turn around and go to the steel mill at this point. So load whatever vehicles are there, then load whatever steel is there. What would you do then? Just out of interest, what are you going to do with those vehicles? Every train car has some vehicles on it now. Are you going to bunch them up? No. Okay. Oh well. I would have to manually split the items per train car again. I mean, I have some extra train cars, I guess. No, let's not export steel. The steel is for construction and maintenance. So how are our waste trucks? Because I saw one of the waste storages looking a little bit yellow. I think I should relocate the waste trucks in here. Most of them at least. So I get a clearer overview of what's happening with my city's waste. So far, bunch of waste trucks not moving, which is good to see. But I did put some extra waste trucks in there. Yeah, hazardous waste, you also gotta wait until unloaded. Because we can then bring the fence around this compound too. $1,250 citizens away from another research point. I think it would be cableway cars. I would like the alcohol research, but I think cableway cars would allow us to expand the city a bit better, because then we can run citizens from cableway station to further away areas and set up external locations like a food factory or a external construction sector. Excavator could also do the groundwork, or it might have already done the groundwork for the factory connection. What a beast, doing so much work. This reminds me a lot of the farming, the low-tech farming challenge I did, where I allowed myself to only get mechanized farming with research points. And I was so happy after I had my first, I think I've got a tractor first. And then the harvester was the revelation, but getting the excavator and the bulldozer has certainly sped up construction a lot. It's only taking 60 years in-game to get the megacity to the point where it can be self-sufficiently standing on its own. I mean, it is there right now, I would say. And we could get an LTC and finish this area locally, but the orphanages aren't done yet. We're still kind of waiting on those as well. Oh, that one is still there, good. We're gonna line this house up with the wall of the prison now. Some more housing. Some room between the balconies, more or less. Probably another football playground, maybe a small one. I don't want to cramp this too much. I guess we could also do a volleyball court or two. Can we get the middle of this? Oh my god, this dot is so big. I guess that's... Jesus Christ, yeah. Okay, if I don't mouse over them, they're better. So we got... This reminds me of the map game now. But yeah. This way we can get the approximate middle between the two dots. And then the other one we can just line up with the other building. In about 15 years, I would say we could build tank monuments, but they are maybe a little bit also not 19th century, I would guess. I don't know if we have enough heating for all of this. I mean, we do, unless we're undergoing maintenance. And then the maintenance better be quick. I guess that would be the advantage of doing building maintenance as early as possible, so the heating plant doesn't suffer from the reduced productivity. There's way fewer workers here than I thought there would be. I mean, they're trickling in normally, I guess, but still. Let's get the other... Oh, no, I thought it would get built pretty quickly. You can help with that, I guess. I know you're doing maintenance and don't really want to do that because I told you not to. But in this case, I'll make an exception. No footpaths, nothing else, just maintenance and whatever I assign. That's a classic, the song. How long did it take you to just grasp the bare minimum of the game? Should I be scared of getting into this game? I mean, the bare minimum is not that difficult to grasp. If you start a game on easy difficulty, most of the game systems are deactivated. At that point, you're figuring things out that are not too complicated, but there's one aspect that's really important. The important aspect that took me, I think, one game to figure out was just having people doesn't make you money, like in other city builders. Your people need to either produce something for export or import that makes money, or you need to run tourism. Population does not make you... large amounts of population does not equal money. And then other than that, you just try and figure out the walking distances between buildings and whatever service buildings you have allowed yourself to build. And if you play without most of the things, you don't need heating, water, not even electricity. And then you can enable them one by one, either in the current game or the next game probably. But yeah, it took me, I guess, one game, and I think I played for like 4 in-game years, maybe? And then I was bankrupt, so I wasn't playing with realistic mode at that point, so you could really quickly build stuff. And yeah. I'll do this tutorial first to get an idea of how this works. I mean, I understand how now about the heating and shit. Well, the heating, etc. is something you don't have to start with in the beginning. And the beginning is like important for you to figure out, my citizens want this. How do I figure out what they want, or why something doesn't work? I think a good skill to learn is how to analyze if something doesn't work, because if you just go here and say, okay, the citizen was unable to get electronics, why? What went wrong? Like, some people throw their hands in the air and say, okay, sure. And then others go, which one was it? Do I care enough to investigate? With large buildings, it becomes harder and harder to investigate. So we have Spanova, Vladislava, Yemelyanova, past demand, unsatisfied electronics. Why? Because I'm not selling it in my nation, I guess. I just realized that we might not have enough secret police anymore. I saw a question mark. No, we're still good. There was a question mark here, but it's fine again. Could also drop a secret police here, I guess. I don't know if there's enough room. Probably not. Maybe if I get rid of these 2 houses and put the secret police there instead, we'd be in business. Definitely want to make sure we don't run out of coverage for our knowledge in that regard. Then maybe a waste storage here instead of way too many houses. I mean, can't really have too many houses in our case. We're trying to grow up to 100,000 people, but still. Need to make sure that things are set up somewhat intelligently. That building is a little bit too far away. 126 meters is not good enough. But you do have another waste storage. Right, this one. That should be able to get that one covered, I think. If not, we can, I guess, do this connection here and that'll be fine. Instead of these ones. What map and year do you recommend to start with? 1960 start. And map flatland with hills, I think, which is a standard map. Gives you plenty of flat building space. Flatland with hills, I think, is a nice one. Lots of building space. You can also start with a random map and customize it, but I think flatland with hills looks nice and yeah, it's very flat. Starting off on the hardest possible is a great idea on the Siberia map, 100%, yeah. Nice kind of blocks you have there, thank you. Enjoy watching people die, that would be a great map, yes. In Popsicle Factory, basically. Well, they always stand to attention on Siberia, because they're frozen. Comic blocks are our vibe. Yep. Yeah, I'll leave this area open for the secret police in case we need one. I feel like right now it's fine. It's amazing how efficient the secret police is at high loyalty, even with fewer workers now. But just in case we need more, I have a room for it, I guess. We can still flip it over to a residential building. But let's just wait and see. This one can also be a residential building. If I get rid of the footpath and put a residential building here, it'll be fine. Grocer is available for everyone. Will be in walking distance both directions, so they have 2 grocers that you can get to if they want to. Everything is in range. I mean, I just placed 2 more houses, I guess. The other 2 I got rid of for now. Children's playground next to the secret police. Listening into the truth. Still waiting on the mechanical components. Didn't I assign you to do the delivery? I guess not. Now you are. Right, this is the only building that does mechanical component deliveries. No other construction office has covered hull vehicles, I guess. Wait, you do, don't you? No, you don't. One of them did, I thought. Well, in that case, that's a bit unfortunate, I guess. I guess you'll have to help with everything but buildings again. No roads, no footpaths, conveyors, factory connections, electric wiring you have to help with. Sure. Alright, I guess we're gonna go another 15 minutes, then it's gonna be 11 hours, and I'm gonna call it, because that's pretty much 2 streams without my break in the middle. It was fun though. Made some progress again. Maybe next time we can then work on, well, demolishing the rail construction office in the other area and building up the orphanages, seeing how our heating is looking like. And if we're getting close to 70%, at that point we would have to figure out another source of heat. Let me drop a raid stop in, so I don't get raided anymore, just in case. It's unfortunate that you do want to refuel up there, but I guess it's also understandable. Secret police just abusing power. Needs to be as fast as possible. Does my speed limit still count? Inner city zone and all that? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever dropped one in here because everyone was too slow for that anyway. Oh no, maybe. Here. I dropped it on a bridge, I think, somewhere. There it is. That one still counts. Lots of passengers. Unfulfilled demands of certain types. Mostly electronics. I mean, if this was started normal date, 1920, it would be in 1972 now, right? But the electronic demand is not that high yet. Fewer than 100 people want electronics. It does lower their happiness by 3% though, whenever they don't get it. And they might become alcoholics. So the research for the making the alcohol less deadly might be useful as soon as electronics become higher and higher in demand. 32% higher education, we're a little bit low on that. I guess I'm gonna change it back to 40%. Although the number is still 1,300, that doesn't sound too bad. Yeah, it's still okay, I guess. But still, more highly educated people, please. How did the filter check work out? Pretty good so far. This is the second year. We researched it last winter while the pollution was already ongoing, so I'm interested to see if the drop will be a little bit different. But I don't think so. So we had life expectancy. There was a sharp area in February and then it recovered. In this area, February, March, April, the recovery period was way worse. So if this valley becomes shallower and not as deep, we would be in a good position. We'll see it in February, March, I guess, after winter, but not, I don't think this stream, I don't think we have the time. Reducing pollution by 15%, yeah. How many bulldozers do you have now? One. have one bulldozer and one excavator. I'm not gonna go overboard with them, but one I'm fine with. They're really, really efficient and really helpful. Is too low. I don't know. It helps, but it's not a solver for every bit of issue, I guess. Another the first tower crane. Can you pull that with horses? Yes, they're already available. 28. Only 3 tons. But I think it's too modern looking for a 19th century style city, so I've not pulled the trigger on those yet. They might be fairly small though. $20 is very short, yeah, probably. I guess they would have used something similar like that, but tower cranes do look modern with their thin frame structure. I mean, our comparison is horse carriages with wooden cranes on top, so maybe one tower crane we can get. I would have to buy the license to produce it though. I want to get out of the lone spiral. It's annoying being in it. Buildings that are almost as tall. It's like about 8 floors. Yeah. I don't know if they use tower cranes to build buildings that way. A crane attached to the ground, reaching over what you're trying to build, instead of attaching a crane to the side of the building you're trying to build on. And then moving that up as the building gets taller. Rail construction office. Last construction task for you. I don't know why there's fuel in here. That one is not supposed to be in that area. I guess when I assigned it, it was set to unload, and then they started bringing fuel here, I guess. Go and export the fuel, please. Using it to demo the tracks and remove the auxiliary. Tearing down the old construction office. Yes, we'll tear down the old construction office after the new one is set up. And then from here we can tear every bit of track down, especially in the old construction sector first, and in the auxiliary settlement area once the auxiliary settlement is gone. The tracks can be demoed last, we don't have to demo them first. Only between buildings, if there's a building in between, then we have to demo them first, of course. Now this thing could also serve as a construction material storage for our construction offices. That it could be, if we want it to be. Because then we can get rid of the setup on this side. Would phase out the delivery in this area. As well as the aggregates. That one would also be a possible pickup point. And then we can have the construction officers pick up from the rail construction officers' supply. Oh, fire. Cool. City's distribution office, no problem. Mostly. Makes me a little bit worried about the fire safety over here, but the closest fire station is still pretty close, and it says it has everything covered. I believe it. It'll be fine, no problem. Should be fine. But yeah, I think I'm gonna put a cut in here. Next time we'll have our rail construction office set up. We can see what the pollution was like this winter. Right now it looks okay, but not much different to the previous year. Health-wise is pretty similar. But again, our steel mill is starting to run more and more. Our vehicle production is running more. The heating plant is running at 50%. Those 15%, even if they looked like they didn't do anything, we're running more production, we're running more heating. But yeah, I would like to try and get more life expectancy out of my citizens. We're getting into the worst part of the year right now already. Rough. Anyway, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be raiding you forward to something barbaric who's playing my winter car again, if you want to stick around. My winter car is a game about living in Finland in winter. It's a... why? I just typed something car instead of something barbaric. It's a difficult game. Very janky in certain areas, but it's really fun. And I think the stream would be enjoyable as a lurk stream, a chill stream, if you want to stick around for that. If not, that is fine too. I wish you a very good rest to your Saturday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. We'll see what we do tomorrow. This was fun, but a little bit exhausting. We'll see. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.